Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Trovo Titans Finals. And today we are actually going into those finals. First of all, we'll be covering the semifinals, and then afterwards the grand final. My name is Exodus. I'm joined by Counterfeit, and it has been one hell of a day.
Absolutely, for sure. Yesterday was very full on as we managed to whistle our way from 16 teams down to now just 4. And those 4 teams that have managed to make it through have been hyper dominant the way through the bracket, every single one.
Yeah, those teams have definitely gone through that form. Let's take a look at the format. Let's take a look at all the people we have lost alongside the journey. Well, as you can see, the format is very simple. For the people who are unaware, we are playing Unhowling Abyss, but it is a tournament draft, meaning you can ban people, you can pick whatever champion you want, meaning we do see a lot of stuff happening that we normally don't see on, let's say, regular League of Legends. And obviously the goal is to destroy the enemy's nexus. Now, afterwards, let's also take a look at what exactly you can win. First prize gets a cash prize of 900 euros. Then we move down to 400 for the second place. Third and fourth get 200. 5 to 8 gets 100, and 9 to 16s get 50. You'll also see that Titan points. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you will also be getting Titan points when you win the tournament, or based on how you rank throughout the tournament. Titan points are a form of currency, are something you can use on the platform on Trovo. So please, I consider that these Titan points are valuable. You can do something with them. Let's take a look at the bracket as well.
So as we were talking about before, we've seen very dominant performances from all of our teams who've made it through to the semi-final stages. You might be able to observe, gentle viewer, there's a lot of 3-0s on our way so far.
Yeah, a lot of trios. Most of these teams have actually won with clean sweeps. I want to say most of them. I mean, all of them besides 2 series, which in a round of 16 is very, very surprising. Meaning that those win streaks are definitely going to be broken today. Some of those win streaks will come to an end.
Yeah, it's going to be really surprising to see as well, because so far our teams have managed to get to those 3-0s or 3-1s at worst by being very adaptable, changing up their compositions dramatically from game to game. As Exodus was saying, this is not, while we're playing on Howling Abyss, this is very much not an ARAM. Our teams are choosing their compositions for whoever is strongest on that map, and we've seen a lot of very good picks coming through.
Yeah, it's definitely not an ARAM. I'm really glad you touched upon that point, because it is very much teams that are drafting towards a sort of meta that is starting to develop. We do see like Seraphine is coming up a lot of the times. It's basically, do you have a lot of supports, or sometimes just valuable in your teams. We have seen teams who have taken 3 supports, 2 of them being very much enchanters or healer supports, and actually doing fairly well in those, or having just 1 key opponent that does damage and the rest of the team is there to protect him. For fine, it works. It 100% works. And yeah, some of these teams have done well. Some of these teams are obviously, and I am still pronouncing some of these names incorrectly. Forgive me for it. We'll give them nicknames. We'll do whatever you want with them, but bear with me. The first semifinal is Johnny Battery versus, let's call him Oda. It's a Polish name. And I do believe here at Trovo, we have something special for you guys, because we have an interview talking with the team captains in this first semifinal.
Trovo is super good platform because we are growing really fast. A lot of people are joining, and we are having fun. And yeah, that's everything what matters. As I said, having fun and doing what you love. You know, viewers are enjoying. I think, at least mine. I hope so. So that's everything what matters.
Like, you know, my first thought was like, oh my god, another platform which I don't know, and like who even streamed there. But after I checked it for a bit longer, then yeah, it looks pretty nice.
Definitely composition, because without good composition you can't win. You know, probably tanks is something that in my opinion, tanks are something that winning the games.
You just have to be one unite who is thinking the same way. And about the comp, I think it's just about picking champions we are used to play and trying to compose them into a team comp which has some logic, some sense, right?
Of course, Heimer, not just on ARAM map, even on Summoner's Rift, Heimerdinger is my main, and he's like my brother, you know, Heimerdinger. Probably the best champion in the whole League of Legends game. Eureka! Yeah, I have beat them. Everything they are dead. Towers are the most funniest thing about my champion, because when you see your enemies coming to you and you know, okay, they are dead. That's probably the best feeling in this game.
I would say Kled, because let's say that my chair is car, right? It's my horse. And I just press Ctrl 1 and I jump on it. Whoa! Yeah, charge and go on as 5 guys through one lane and run down the enemies, but
we can beat everyone. Even I'm Hearthstone Gold, but we have team spirit. That winning games, you know. It's whatever result will be, we lose or win, just to have fun and spread love. That's everything what matters.
I hope the games are gonna be a bit harder than games today, right? And what? I hope it's gonna be a good, we're gonna have a good games, right?
I just want to say thank to my Iron, because we are the Iron gang, and this is probably the best thing on Trovo, this Iron. This is symbol of my stream, and she's bringing me luck for next games and for tomorrow.
Oh,
Apparently it was muted. Okay, no
There we
problem.
go.
So a lot of stuff we need to dissect from that interview. One of the things I want to, give a glimpse, a sneak peek behind the scenes to the audience is, production said we are not going to show you these interviews beforehand. We want your honest reaction when you see them for the first time. And that's exactly what happened. These guys were hilarious. Like, seriously, go check them out on the stream. Go check them out on Trovo. The ironing, because the Iron Gang, I mean, that's the first time in, I want to say 10 years of League, I've ever heard anybody say, I've got my iron with me before for the Iron Gangs. If you have to explain a joke, it's not funny. I just did. I know. Let's move. Let's move on.
Well, one of the things that the two captains were bringing up there, which I think is kind of interesting because we've seen this be a different approach that teams have been taking. So for the zoning side of things, they're talking. You know, he was talking about trying to put together a team composition that works the best together. Whereas for Oda, they were much more looking towards playing the champions that their players knew how to play well. I'm interested to see how those two styles kind of come into each other now that we've got two very dominant teams up against each other.
And it's also when you look at Johnny said it himself, where he said, "I'm only a gold scrub." His words, not mine. Where, but it's a team composition that counts for them. It's okay. This just works. We have the team spirit. I think at a certain point he even said, "We're here to spread fun and love." Like, I think that's a good message. Keep going. But it also very much works in their team. It's very much tanks are busted, but with tanks you need some damage paired up to it. So if those tanks are busted, it means because your team works well together. It's very much like in an MMO. If the tank isn't tanking, you won't be able to kill the raid boss. In League of Legends, if your tank isn't getting all the attention and isn't drawing all the attention towards him, your DPS won't be able to do his job. And that's great because from the other side, we saw in the interview a little bit of a different style.
Yeah, I mean, for any of you guys who are coming to this for the first time, a big discussion point for us in day number 1, and this is, of course, day number 2, our final day, is kind of how the teams will be choosing to approach this. Because we generally got, we've got the poke kind of siege kind of compositions on one hand, which are looking to bring down towers very quickly. But we'll worry about that in a second, because I believe we've got our second semi-final captains with a word to say as well.
Yeah, we have some other interviews lined up for the second semi-final. It is Trovo Tim versus Not Asleep. Let's hear what these captains have to say about their favorite champions and about the Trovo finals.
Like that we have a great connection with our viewers because it has such a low rate delay on chat and stream in real time, and also we have some kind of ways to attract new people to watch us because there are treasure boxes that I don't use that usually, like spamming them every week or so, but I like to reward my my watchers every day. And I always do like a little tip for everyone who wants to win a small reward by just watching me every day.
I like that like the streams have a lot of giveaways and it's very friendly. Like besides Twitch, it's way more interactive.
With ARAM team is probably something that you can push waves well, and some CC chain and combo ultimates that you can use together. Good combos with your ults is, by my opinion, the best solution to win games.
I think builds are around 70%. I mean, it is time of skill, but it's not as big because it's only one lane. It's ARAM. And you don't need that micro thing for laning like on mid lane, top lane, and wave manipulating things. Builds and runes are the most important things. And synergy on team, of course.
My favorite champion on ARAM so far is Seraphine because her ult is so powerful and it's a little more easier to hit on ARAM because they are all in one lane and they don't have much space to actually dodge everything. She has like her microphone and she's singing songs, and every time you have your basic after your spells, you have like la, and she's throwing like sounds and music notes.
My favorite champion is Set. I can just engage, disengage. I can deal true damage, a lot of true damage, trust me. Like Set is my favorite champion because I can feast my enemies like feast. And I can get close like 2, 3, 4 enemies for my team.
Preparing a little harder this time because we know that they are really strong and they have such a great synergy. So yeah, we will try our best to win this game.
We just know we have a lot of experience and we are really good players, so we are 100% sure we win tomorrow.
Welcome back once again. I mean, again, two different styles in interviews. Especially like the I just take Zed because I can punch my enemies. That's great. That's basically that's basically what Zed is, right? It's literally just I just punch my enemies and then I do a lot of true damage with Haymaker. That being said, you do see, we talked about it before, the Seraphine and stuff coming back, and a lot of these teams are now scouting more and more into the enemies, knowing that, you know, some of these targeted bans will definitely happen in these two semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, that's something we haven't had a chance to talk about too much. As much as this is very different from ARAM because you're getting to pick your own team composition, it is in tournament draft, so you only get, the other team can pick picks away from you, but you can also ban out entire strategies because, as we've seen, if Cogmore, protect the Cogmore composition, you sort of mentioned it in passing before, it certainly has worked extremely well in some teams' hands, and if you don't have an answer to that, then the ban is a very good answer indeed.
Or indeed take away some of these comfort champions that already do well on Howling Abyss. I mean, we talked about the Seraphine, but other people like, for example, an Ornn would also do well. Some of these crowd control abilities are so extraordinarily strong and just almost impossible to miss that why not as well take them? Why not as well put them in your comp? And if you saw it, I think her name was Nadja, we saw the streamer there, she said, you know, I just like her. She fits great. I just like playing her. She's a comfort pick, and coincidentally, she does amazing in this tournament. That's one of the reasons why we've been able to get so far. Great. Now, are you gonna get it every time? I think the answer is most likely no. This is for our viewers who are just watching, who this is best of 5, meaning you need at least 3 games, 3 wins before you advance to the final, and then you need obviously 3 more wins to win the tournament. So working with that one champion that might do well, great, but you need to be able to adapt.
Yeah, so that's the whole thing. If you do too well with a certain strategy, you know it's going to get banned out in the future game. We had mentioned of the set before. We did see that do exceptionally well across the board. I mean, I guess to turn back to like the larger picture for a second with the whole, composition style which these champions are going to slot into, between the poke or siege style and the team fighting style. Up until this point, we've seen the poke style, which tries to end the game very quickly, be mostly the one that's working. We haven't seen teams so far be able to try and work the opposing style of more team fighting oriented, which tends to prefer longer games but suffers in the short term.
Yes, it's the when you prefer to go really for that all in. It's very much I call it a sort of ebb and flow in the game yesterday. It's very much the when you team fight, you use all of those resources, and resources in this case are abilities. And they go on cooldown, meaning when all of these go on cooldown, your team is basically you have an army with unloaded guns. You're not going to do all that well until you reload again, in this case, until your cooldowns come back. With some of these poke champions, that's not really the case. You can, with a Varus, you can poke every 7 seconds. With a Xerath, you can poke every 5 seconds. You're not reliant on these very impactful abilities, meaning you don't really need to go for those resets in after you win a fight, because, I mean, sure, you get an extra amplifying tome, but you can still poke if you hit it twice. If you hit somebody twice instead of 1 time in 30 seconds, that amplifying tome isn't going to make the difference.
Well, I wanted to touch back on one of the champions you just mentioned, Varus, as being a really huge difference maker in a day 1 of the competition. Nearly every time we saw Varus taking to the Howling Abyss, it was incredibly dominant, not just an immense amount of poke, but also the ability to make executes as well from obscenely long ranges. I would be really surprised if all of our teams come in here with a very strong record. If, Varus, I have to think it's going to hit the ban bench rather than allowing either team to take it.
I think he'll be moving more towards, as you said, going into the ban category than more into the being picked category in this particular tournament. Varus is so strong. And don't forget Varus, a lot of people tend to forget this, but if you build Vitality, that works on turrets. And because you have only a small amount of time to, you have a small window to get that turret damage in. With Varus, if you land 3 auto attacks and you already have a lot of vitality, you're actually doing more damage to the turret. That's something I didn't realize yesterday. Also with some of these APs, I'm thinking, you're building a full AP team. Yeah, true, but it takes you a lot of time to build magic resist, and AP champions also do a lot of damage on turrets with those auto attacks. So it's more of it doesn't really matter if your damage profile is very one-sided, because in ARAM, you don't really give your opponents the time to build into those resistances.
Yeah, it can take a really long while. And, as you say, if you've got damage both AD and AP type, it's going to take twice as long to be able to build up resistances to both of those across time. So by the time we saw these tanks come online, the game is pretty much over most of the times we've seen so far.
That's pretty much over. What isn't over, though, is this segue into the Who's That Champions we have. Yes, as the people or our viewers saw yesterday, we have some goodies lined up for you, and one of them is Who Is That Champion? And it's up to you to guess who this particular champion is.
Who's that champion?
All right. So
Okay.
this is kind of a demo. So I've not been very good at these so far. But I'm getting a pretty strong Scarecrow vibe from this pose.
I think I know who it is. I do believe the problem is I think one of those guns might be a Lucian gun. I thought it at first, but I think it might also be a more piratey team champion.
Ah, but you see, I was thinking that as well. But then this Gangplank's got a really big hat, and that's what's missing for me in this silhouette.
Well, let's figure out who is that champion.
Name Samira. Try not to slow me down.
So
Two guns should have
sneaky.
been a giveaway. Should have been a giveaway, man. 2 guns. It's just I think we have some more of these lined up throughout the rest of the day. Up to you guys, up to the audience. If you want another one. By the way, if you guys want another one, please spam it in chat right now. Let's say just spam who is that champion or just spam champion, and we'll see if production is so kind to us to give us one more to see if we can guess who the exact champion is. And there is one more thing I want to tell the audience. Skins are also included, meaning sometimes you think, I know this by heart. No way, Jose. Last time we had it was, I think, the God King Garen, meaning that sometimes you will get bamboozled by production team. So if you want to see one more, please spam in chat. Actually, spam something in chat all the time, but right now spam who's that champion or just champion in chat.
Yeah, it really threw me off. That God King Garen has got a very confusing silhouette. We really thought that his big old cloak was a big old Braum shield, but instead was just made to look foolish. But it looks like we do have some of the candidates for the next one. We've had some pretty good champions so far with some suitably confusing silhouettes, including I remember Zoe from yesterday. I think we were pretty convinced it was some sort of giant snake.
The thing is, it was just a hair that was I didn't realize because you never really take especially because I don't play Zoe, but you don't take such a close look at some of these champions in-game models. And I realized yesterday, wow, Zoe's hair is literally 3 times as long, 3 times longer than her own body length. Meaning some of these champions have some deceptive stuff in their artwork. Also wouldn't be surprised if you think, oh, we can mislead you by showing your Aurelian Soul and it being some weird Teemo skin or whatever. Okay, let's put it to the test. Let's do one more Who's That Champion and see if the audience can get it or if the audience is bamboozled once again.
Who's that champion?
Oh, jeez. Okay. So this person doesn't have guns. At least, I don't think so.
No.
I think those are fingers that are pointing.
Yes. I'm thinking if it's not set because his his silhouette is a little too slender, but he doesn't have guns. He doesn't have or he or she doesn't have a sword. I'm actually thinking silhouette-wise it might be she.
There's a sword on their back, or at least a pointy thing.
Oh,
I
yeah.
assume it's a sword.
Oh yeah, I didn't see that. That actually might be a sword. Maybe.
Oh,
like
a good guess of. Could it be Gragas?
It's karma.
None will question our resolve.
Could it be Gragas?
I was taking my suggestions from the chat. I figured they were better at this than I was.
Yes, definitely Gragas. Definitely Gragas. I don't know what diet.
Next skin coming out, maybe.
I don't know what diet he's been using, but I want to know. I definitely want to know what diet it is because it looked to be super effective. Now, enough with the Slim Jim and back to the big monsters on the Howling Abyss. I was almost going to say Summoner's Rift. We have 55 seconds before we jump into the first semi-final and counterfeit. Looking at these previous teams, is there something else you want to see happen today that you didn't already see yesterday, or was there enough variety in yesterday's gameplay?
Well, I think what we were talking about before is that we've had the teams go through and run roughshod through the round of 16 and the quarterfinal stages. They know they go up against other teams which are very, very good. I mean, we're going to be dodging between both semi-finals here, trying to provide as much coverage as we can across them as they happen simultaneously. But I'd love to see our teams try something a little bit different here, because while their strategies have worked well up until this point, it's often the teams that make the first change to something different that can get the jump in the opposition and get one of those 3 wins they need to get to the grand final.
Okay, so get a jump on the opposition by being creative. That's something I would really like to hear. And with the timer being gone, I think we'll be jumping into pick and ban, or at least into one of these semi-finals anytime soon. Personally, I actually want to see more or less the same thing, where it's, okay, there are a lot of ways we can win, there are a lot of ways we can actually jump into these teams, and there are a lot of ways we can actually beat the opponents. Let's figure out which one in this tournament. The first semi-final is Johnny Battery versus Oda, and the second one is Trovo Tim versus Not Asleep. The latter one is also the first one we will be spectating. Let's take a look at the team compositions.
All right, so we're seeing a lot of the same stuff we were seeing yesterday. Aurelia, certainly very high impact. We've got a set in here as well, Zig. So it looks like for the time being, our teams are sticking mostly to what worked for them very well earlier on in the competition. I think though one of the picks we didn't see a ton of, but we were very excited to see, was the Azir coming in for Not Asleep here. Very, very powerful and massive disruption.
I'm also taking a look at the bans. The Sona and the Seraphine, 2 very similar champions, but both of them, because of that flexibility and because of that all-roundedness that they have, are just being taken away. Interesting to see is also the Ashe, even though Ashe is, yes, she has poke, but is she not considered to be a very great ARAM champion? Apparently in this 5v5 format, she does extraordinarily well because you have that engage, which you can coordinate with your own team.
Yeah, what we were kind of looking for yesterday, and I think really bore through a lot of the time, was if you have a hyper carry on your team, then you've always got a way to be able to bring the game back. But if you don't, if you're left in a position where, say, your Ashe is the last one left standing, then you can be in for a pretty rough time of things.
But with the Trovo team, I would say they're almost all of these are carry champions. You have an Aurelia, you have an Aatrox. Yes, Lulu is support, but then you have the Ziggs for poke and the Jinx, obviously. So there's so much pop-off potential from this entire team that it's going to be difficult for Not Asleep to make sure who they need to engage on. One of those apparently turns out to be the Ziggs.
Yeah, well, Ziggs, as you said, definitely a favorite in the ARAM circles because of that AoE crowd control. It's amazingly strong, and the ability to fire from very long range means he can keep safe for the most part. I think what Not Asleep is showing us here is, in the early going, they've got a slightly tankier lineup with the Ornn and the Set, so they can get more aggressive without getting immediately chunked down.
I love how his name is also L9 ARAM. That's amazing. I was just spamming the... Of course his name is going to be L9 ARAM. For the people who don't know what it is, don't look it up. Just don't look it up.
Excellent. We've done good work here today. Oh boy. So you mentioned before that you particularly liked seeing the Ornn coming into the mix. Certainly once we get later on, we'll be able to bring in the ornament items. But as we were talking about before, a lot of these ARAM games, or rather these Howling Abyss games, are being played as best of 5s, which are oftentimes ending in around 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's very much when you're ending 10 to 15 minutes, it's very much that time because the death timers are so high. Or I should not say so high. It's when the death timers are significant enough for you to make one final push. And most of the time it's, yes, early game is important because if a team has had an early game advantage where they might have taken 1 or 2 turrets down, then there's a stalemate, and afterwards, after the stalemate is broken, a team wins. And if your team wins and you had already taken on 2 turrets, you can just say, okay, this is our final push. And I think because of technical difficulties, we might be jumping into another semi-final, just waiting on confirmation for that.
Of course, we'll be hopping backwards and forwards. So, as we mentioned, a lot of these Howling Abyss games have gone fairly short, but as you mentioned, there is the potential to run long, so we will be switching across to our other semi-finals. So Zoni against Oda. As we mentioned before, for the Zoni side of things, they're looking for a very strong team composition altogether. For Oda, they're looking for champions they know how to play very well. I think we've got that reflected pretty well here, because Zoni has got themselves a nice combination of area of effect.
Yeah, and I mean, when you have AoE, that's great because it basically means you can just zone out the enemy. Look at where the brushes aren't really connecting in the middle. If people are stuck in that zone, which they are at this moment in time, you can just go, okay, great, let's throw all our skill shots somewhere in that area. We'll be sure to hit. We'll hit someone. It's like Russian roulette at that point.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. For Oda, they've got the area control right now to keep Sony pushed back to town. They're actually doing a good job on chunking down the Jinx. Of course, Jinx, if she gets those kills or assists, then she'll be able to get the big burst of movement speed and potentially turn that into multiple kills in a row. On the other side, it's a Varus for much greater poke, but also less explosive potential.
A lot of burst potential though coming from Ada. Not only do they have that, excuse me, do they have the Syndra? They also have the Varus and the Seraphine, who can actually, as soon as you get somebody locked down, it doesn't really matter who it is. If they're in range, they for sure are going to be poked down, maybe from 100 to 0 in like a couple of seconds.
So, Exodus, these are the kind of questions that we really should have been talking about yesterday. If you were playing one of these teams, which champion would you be insisting that you had to play?
I would say Gangplank. I think because I'm very much I would get very much a Gangplank main, but I think Gangplank is an underestimated champion in Howling Abyss because, first of all, it's a champion not a lot of people will pick purely because only the GP mains pick GP. That has been established, that has been supported by the data. Scientific research has been done. It's been peer reviewed. Afterwards, it's also because you have the barrels. With the barrels, you can keep on poking, but you're also good at the melee range. So when they engage on you, great. You have built-in healing. Unlike the Ziggs, who's probably not able to survive. And you have that ultimate, and that ultimate can actually be impactful as well, purely to clear the waves, because it's really a global ultimate. You can use it anytime you want.
Yeah, I mean, we're certainly seeing right now for Zony's composition here, they're really suffering because of their lack of sustain, so they're getting chunked down. Oda actually diving while the tower's nearly on full health. This should be exceptionally dangerous, but instead it grabs them a ton of kills, only the Galio left standing, and Oda, they're really showing us what it can do in the early game.
Yeah, they're not even caring about the Galio here. It's trying to get people taunted, but they're trying to take down a turret as fast as possible. Beautiful rocket, though. I think this will probably mean a double kill for Zoni right now. But the first turret has been taken down, and this is just greatly done, properly executed from Oda.
So right now we've got the very low health Galio on the front line, but we are working towards level 6. So I think, yes, we're going to see Galio taking themselves out of commission because they want to come back in up full health. For the Zoni squad, they are very much looking towards level 6 because that's when they've got some majorly impactful ultimates. They've got the combo of the Malphite ult with the Wild Growth to follow up as well. It's going to be very hard for Oda to stand once these ults come online.
Well, the problem obviously is when you say you have the combination with Malphite and Lulu ultimate. Well, yeah, but do you really want to use Wild Growth ultimate on a Malphite who already jumped in or who is not really useful anymore? I think you might still want to use it to save a Jinx. That being said, it might, if you can engage off like this, actually might still be beneficial. That's a lot of damage being put out, but not anybody receiving it or on the receiving end alongside Oda. I think Oda can really take this around. Don't underestimate that Aurelia.
For sure, I think Oda were really ready for that level 6 to come a-calling, and I think you're bringing up a really interesting point with where the Lulu shielding is going to be going for Zoni here, because right, if you're giving it to your front line, you're neglecting your back line, and you've seen already, Jinx is very vulnerable to being taken out by these piercing arrows of the Varus, so it's very hard to protect your hyper carry. You've got to make that hard choice in the team fight, and if you choose wrong, the fight can be over very quickly.
Oh, 3-man taunt here. Beautiful Super Mega Death Rocket does not find any kills, but the Malphite certainly does. Snowball in the backline, meaning Camille is able to find the Jinx, and with that precision protocols, he does so much damage. Hextech Ultimatum being used, stuck under turret, but Aurelia still tanking those turret shots. Switching the aggro paid off well for Oda, and they can keep on poking. They have a numbers advantage, and this is probably another dive setup for Oda.
And something that Oda have that Zoni don't, as they go for yet another dive here, is they've got that sustain with the Seraphine. There's no Sona on Zony's side to kind of get the same thing going on for them. So Oda have been able to get away with tons more aggression. And I think that's reflected in how much more ground Oda has gotten in the early going.
And one half of this third is still remaining, but the other half is slowly but surely being taken down. Once again, the Scatter the Weak is going to Scatter the Weak. 2 kills in Oda's favor, and nobody defending this third, meaning it will go down. And you have to ask, how useful is it taunting people? Oh, go on, sorry.
Oh, well, I think we have to wait a second because Oda is going in for yet another fight, even fighting in front of the Nexus Towers as well. This game itself is a great demonstration of the different kinds of competitions you can run in Howling Abyss. This is what the Poke Comp is supposed to do, is gain a lot of ground, get a lot of objectives, but then they've got to deal with a team fight afterwards.
Okay, so there's some stuff to digest here, especially when the when the Camille just jumps in and wants to finish the job. Precision Protocol, Wild Growth being used. Camille is still not taken down. Does she get some backup from the rest of her team? No, because they're all dead.
Yeah, I mean, so for Zony, they are playing the team fight competition. This is what the Malphite is about. This is what the Jinx is about as well. They've got to stall the game out, but that's going to be tough to do with their inhibitor now exposed. If they lose another fight in a major way, that inhibitor goes down, the super minions arrive, and then life becomes very tense indeed.
And the thing is, with Zony having actually burned everything there to defend their inhibitor 1 minute ago, it means when Oda responds, they will have most of the stuff up. Also, no health relics have been taken by Zony, so the Salulu will stay fairly low. The Malphite will not be able to heal. And I think Oda can just take this inhibitor pretty freely.
Yeah, I mean, even a half-1 team fight is still enough because Zony, if they don't have their combo of their team together, they don't honestly have too much of anything. The Jinx has to stay alive. The rest of the Zony team needs to absorb all of the shots intended to kill her.
Waiting and playing the waiting game is what Oda's doing here. Also not showing themselves, but sniping from the shadows. Beautifully done there by the Varus.
And again, we're seeing the demonstration of why this Varus should not be allowed to get through Pick and Ban. He's so obnoxious, and if you don't have anything of equivalent range, you just can't fight him. As Oda are going in again, they're looking to try and smash down these Nexus towers. They know they're on a clock here. They have to get this game done quickly.
Can they actually get it done quickly? They are trying to. And this is nice with the addition of the Aurelia in the composition. You do so much more besides poking. You can also engage. The Camille is also in there. Very similar champion. Double man stun. The healing is not coming through. Meaning Zony is still surviving and still defending their base.
That's the triple kill coming for Zony, and with that is the arrival of the point that Zony have been waiting for all this time. The Jinx is officially strong enough to be able to win the team fights by herself. Oda have been trying to keep this moment from arriving for as long as they can. Now they just have to try and weather the storm and end the game before Jinx gets any stronger.
Now the Jinx is starting to come online. The question is it, did she come online fast enough? Lulu and such going for the execute. But remember, if you're going for executes now, going for resets now, Oda is right on that doorstep, and this Ziggs is also just taken out.
At least at this point in the game, the death timers are relatively short, 10 minutes in. There's no inhibitor left to be taken. At least the Oda side don't have the Ziggs to be able to execute towers, but I think for Oda, they're getting at least one Nexus tower here before the full respawn comes in. No, I'm wrong. The minion wave aren't here yet.
No, they're not here yet. You do have a Jinx who does have wave clear. The problem is, I think she has wave clear as soon as she has the rockets, because she cannot afford to switch to the minigun, meaning that she will use up that mana to clear this wave, which she might actually need later on in the team fight, because Jinx is going to be a deciding factor.
Oh, for sure. I mean, what Zony have got keeping them alive right now, it's the wave clear, the Ziggs as well. It's able to, not quite as effectively as the Varus, but at least provide some kind of answer from long range, keep cutting down the minion wave, and while there's no minion wave, Oda can't finish the game, which is what they're hoping for now. Here comes the fight.
Yeah, lost the Nexus turrets remaining, and the Lulu already going low. Vanguard Jet being used by the Aurelia, and only the Galio remaining from Zony Batsley means he'll be taken up as well. This last Nexus turret will fall, and the first game in the semifinals will be won by Oda.
Oh my gosh, what a game! Yeah, I'm so happy to have seen that the teams have decided to adapt. It's unfortunate it didn't work out for Sony here, but it was a pretty close thing.
I like the addition where you take a poke composition and you have a Seraphine in there, but you also take a Camille and an Aurelia. It just means it kind of rounds it out. We have damage, we have ways of winning with win cons besides poking.
Yeah, and I think that's very important. We've seen that from a lot of our fights over the course of yesterday, that you need to have something you can do when your main carry does drop down. You know, if the entirety of the opposing team burns their ultimate to kill your hyper carry, and you've got some damage left, sometimes you can still salvage the fight.
And Null Sleep in this particular semifinal is also doing something similar, I would say, even though they have more engaged potential. Here's the Morgana tries to engage. Vanguard's Edge being used on the Orn Call of the Forge. Got World Ender! Big Aatrox. Can he survive, though? This is such a split fight. The Aurelia is trying to strut her stuff, and she's certainly strutting her stuff. It's working. It's in the window aisle, and it's selling like hot pancakes on a cold day.
Yeah, that is a very feisty performance from the Trovo team squad. Backed into a corner there. If they lost that fight, I think that first game will have been decided. This is, of course, the first game of our best of fives in the semifinals. This is a single elimination tournament. So while they're playing best of fives, if they lose that series, they are out of here.
Something you also need to take into consideration when you pick something like an Aatrox or something like a Camille. You can heal. You have lifesteal, meaning you do not necessarily need a support or something like a Seraphine to keep healing you up. If you're not up against a poke composition, which from the looks of it, Not Asleep is not 100% fitting into that role, you can actually heal later on. When you win a team fight, you just get to the minion wave, Q a couple of times, and hey, look, you're full health.
Yeah, I mean, normally, you know, if you are up against poke composition, it's very hard to get in and get that lifesteal, but you're right. Here against Not Asleep, that isn't the angle they've taken here. They've got much more of a team fight composition themselves with all of these AoE abilities, including a Xayah who can provide her own form of massive damage and AoE at the same time. I think for Not Asleep, the problem they're going to have here is, again, it's finishing the job, getting those last couple of towers down and opening up the win condition of dropping the Nexus.
Trovo Tim needs to do the exact same thing as they did last time. It's wait and look for a good engage. I think all ultimates are available for Trovo Tim, so they have an opportunity. They do have wave clear. You have the Ziggs who can just keep on wave clearing, and this may be another engage. World Ender being used. A lot of ultimates being thrown into the fray, but mostly can the Lulu survive or can the Aurelia survive? Exhaust being put down. Emperor's Divide might actually turn that fight for Not Asleep as they are trying to get this in the bag. Beautiful haymaker, meaning this will be potentially an ace alongside Not Asleep's side, and they get the ace, and they will most likely get their first game in as well.
Oh my gosh, so it's 2 Jinx games and 2 losses. It's starting to seem like trying to play, you know, these AD carries like the Xayah and like the Israel who can take care of themselves maybe a little bit better might be the way to go, but that's our first game done of each semi-final series. So 1 game decided each, but these could go all the way to 5.
These definitely could. There are possibilities for sweep as we saw last time, but remember, this is the first game. Both of these teams, all 4 of these teams rather, are still testing the water, still seeing, hey, can we actually pull this comp off once again? Maybe the Jinx is a nice addition. It's been 0-2 at the moment. Is it the Jinx fault? Is it the player's fault? Is it just the composition's fault? We'll never know. You can only know by testing it once again.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely would like to see, you know, as much as it didn't work out in that first game, you know, the trying to go towards more of a team fighting style into the poke, I think if we don't have Varus in the game, as we're talking about in the game itself, then we're looking at a very different environment where your hyper carry is under a tremendous amount less threat instantly of just being poked out to the point where they can't fight when that big team fight does come around.
Oh, I 100% agree. It's a case where and once again, it comes back to what I said before. It's why I like the addition that you don't go for a full poke composition. You need something else besides having the poke. You need a form of engage. And we saw both teams do it this time. They were, I think there was a Ziggs Jinx alongside paired with an Aurelia Aatrox, meaning, yeah, kind of similar poke compared with engage. No tanks whatsoever. And was this an issue? Is not having a tank in your team composition a bad thing?
Well, it's a big decision that the teams have got to make here because, you know, traditionally the tanks on the handling base, they take a little while to get their items in and to really become a meaningful tank. So a lot of times, if people are playing Malphite and things like that, they're oftentimes just playing them as an AP caster who can just blow up entire teams by themselves, rather than as a tank that is needed a lot more when we're playing with teams here who are kind of playing more or less traditional team compositions here that you might see on the regular League of Legends Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, that's kind of surprising. A lot of you wouldn't expect that. Most of these team compositions were, you know, you don't need a support because you get so much gold generation anyway. There's passive gold income. But most of these could actually be played in Summoner's Rift. Like, you have your mid laner there, you have your jungler. Your jungler is then just a Lee Sin would also not be bad picking Summoner in Howling Abyss because you have that insect, you actually have that poke. You can see what a Lee Sin can do on his solo lane and see if you can bring that to a 5v5. It all depends on what the team composition looks like. It all depends on how exactly you can execute it. And I'm hoping we're going to jump into our next game. Little something I want to address. The Varus. Is Varus that important? Or are we just, casting with eye blinders on?
I think it's like how you would see in a lot of professional games. You know, if you've got the chance to first pick that Varus, then absolutely, you want to make that happen. If you're on the red side, in this case, where you're going to have it picked against you, I think 100% you're going to need to ban it away. But there's so many picks which are crucial to ban away itself. You know, the Varus kind of is a composition maker by itself. Kog'Maw is also a huge threat, and as we saw, if you let the only one team have the Seraphine or Sona, as we've already established, they're fairly similar champions fulfilling similar roles. But if only the other team has that, they have a massive advantage over you because they don't ever really go down to low health in the same way that your team will, especially if you're getting poked by Varus arrows.
No, it's a little bit too much dealing with all those various arrows. I think that's a fairly diplomatic statement to make. No, not hurting anybody by saying various arrows hurt on Howling Abyss. So that's something you can expect. Switching it up just a little bit. Is there a champion we haven't seen before that you think this might fit into this game? I'm fairly surprised we haven't seen something like Karthus. I think Karthus would do excellent because you scale well. And also remember, when you die, because of the passive, you literally take up the entire lane with that passive, with that defile. Now, before we go into our next game, we are going to take a 10-minute break. So don't go anywhere too fast. We'll be right back after this one.
Who's that champion?
It's Yorick!
The beyond awaits you.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Trovo Titans finals and semifinals here at Trovo. It's been amazing how some of these teams have been doing in this competition, but we also had to go into a little break to give some of these teams more time to assess their situation as we're heading into the second game of both of these semifinals at the same time, and we will be trying to cover both of them at the same time. My name is still Exodus and I'm still joined by Counterfeit. How you doing, man?
I'm doing very well. I mean, yeah, I can understand our team's needing a little break because those first games, while they may not have been that long, they were extremely intense. We saw the beatdowns being handed out very, very quickly, which is honestly in line with what we've been seeing from the rest of the competition.
Yeah, a lot of these teams definitely are stepping it up a notch. I was sort of expecting that we might see longer games because that's most of the time what happens when you go to 5v5s on some Rift. But I think this time we might actually see shorter games if we're going off from our 1 data sample, or actually from our 2 data samples, which is still very bad if you ever want to get a paper published.
We're all about doing good science here, as we will be seeing the return of Poppy, which we saw a little bit of before. We were a little bit on the fence about how good Poppy was. I mean, certainly that big old hammer's great for disrupting team fights. You do need to make sure you're hitting the correct targets.
And you do also have the possibility of denying any dashes in that area, and that is great for some of these engaging champions. But don't underestimate how extraordinarily tanky Poppy actually is.
So let's have a look and see through the somewhat hard to see compositions right now. So what we do have in this particular game is we've got a Tristana joining the field on the other side of things with that first victory. Sorry, on the Zoni side of things, the first victory secured for Oda means they have to be very, very careful of not having that Tristana reset in a manner very similar to the Jinx.
This time they have picked up yet another Jinx pick. I think the Jinx did fairly well. Sorry, did it?
No, it went 0-2 in the first 2 games.
No, sorry. Yes, I'm 100% mistaken here. What I'm not mistaken is that a potential team fight is developing here. The set charged up Haymaker does a lot of damage, even kills the Seraphine. That's a 4v4 at the moment, but the Lulu is quite low. Echo trying to go in, does not really find connection as he's looking for, but look how low the hell bars from Johnny Bartley are, and this might be a potential dive from Oda coming out.
You can hear that sigh of frustration from Zoni there, because right now what they're dealing with is an enormous amount of long-range firepower. The health bars all very low, and if Oda acts according to how we've seen other teams play, their strategy from this point onwards will be to try and keep Zoni at very low health for as low as possible, because just like we talked about before, only one team has got sustained the ability to heal, and it's the Oda team, not Zoni.
Yeah, you gotta wonder if you just don't want to straight run at the enemy so you have a chance to reset. I think that was the encore that kind of failed there. Here comes a Poppycopter not connecting as of yet, but Zoni Battle is trying to reset or just hurling yourself towards the enemy.
What Zoni's gone for here is they've gone for shields instead of heals. So in the short term, this is great, especially if you want to get your Tristana off to the races, because she'll be extremely well protected. But you need to be taking fights when you're on high health. Otherwise, like as is happening here, you will be out-sustained by the Oda team, who You mentioned this kind of style before. They've got multiple supports. They've got the Sona and the Soraka, so that's a massive amount of healing. Any poke war definitely goes to Oda.
Still waiting for these teams to actually engage here, mostly looking towards seeing if they can get this first turret down. Remember what we talked about, that first turret blood or getting that aggression in early is very detrimental to getting that victory in, because you have that advantage of the structure. You have one less team fight that you actually need to win.
Well, we've got a little bit of time before I think the next fight breaks out. Well, at least hopefully we do. I think we're seeing a little bit of creative recall going on here from the Zoni side. There's one strategy that we haven't seen be employed by either team, but we'll have to call back to that in a second because we've got the tower dive.
Yeah, the Wish coming out as well, trying to get that Soraka heal in. Beautiful Supreme display of talent, although it's not really connecting with too many people. And now the Viego and the Tristan are just playing for cleanup crew as a set, and Tristan are the two main remaining survivors for Zoni. What were you going to say, Counterfeit? Because I'm really interested.
There's a hidden strategy which is yet to be deployed. Firstly, if you can bring Braum to the field, you can feed those Poros and give them tiny moustaches, which will of course be very distracting for the opposition because they'll be too busy going, "Ah, how incredibly cute," to be able to focus.
I mean, yes. I mean, you're not wrong.
But there's a second part to the strategy as well, which is if you feed the Poros enough, even if you don't have Braum, if you feed the Poros enough, they will reproduce live on screen in a huge explosion of Poros. And you thought one Poro was distracting, wait till you see a whole titanic barrage of them.
If you feed them, I know that they can reproduce, I know that they can explode into more Poros. If you do that with Braum, do they all get moustaches?
I don't know. Hopefully we'll get the chance to find out, though.
For me, that is an actual win condition. If it would be me, and that's probably why I'm not playing in this tournament, because my teammates would be would be annoyed with me and would not want me in my team. I would just say, look, guys, our win condition is getting Braum and getting all of these Poros moustaches.
I mean, that's the thing. If you've got multiple ways to win, then you're just a more flexible team composition overall. I mean, for Oda, they've certainly found their strategy, which is providing a lot of pressure early on. And while we've yet to see anybody indulge in this secret ultra strategy of feeding Poros to win, hopefully it'll happen before it's all said and done today.
Yeah, the first turret has been taken down, though, by Oda, meaning they do have that advantage. Remember, they're up 1-0, so they can close this game out as well. They're very close to being our first finalist, but we are not there yet. Zoni trying to reset here, trying to come back. Getting that first turret down is not great for your team, but it also does not mean your game is over. As we see here, the set engaging, the Wild Growth being used as well. Viego trying to get out with his ultimate, not really succeeding. The Haymaker not being used, even though the True Grit bar was fully stacked up, and Johnny's Battle has just been cleanly aced.
Kiana is filling in for Oda here. So we've got the multiple supports, but we've got multiple carries as well as that Poppy to prop up the front line. That's an absolute ton of damage. And unless I miss my guess, I think we might have actually got a Dusk Blade of Drakthar in there for the Kiana. We talked about this yesterday. It's a super broken item here on the Howling Abyss, giving you that extra 1.5 seconds of invisibility on any takedown. It means you can navigate a whole fight invisible for around 80% of it.
And Batley trying to get back here with yet another team fight. They might have the advantage here, trying to use those gap blow closers. A lot of them have been used. Need to be careful that they don't get poked out. Or get just exploded up by indeed the Duskblade pickup. Well done there from the Kiana. She might actually try and go for that backline access. She has it, trying to catch this wave as well. The Haymaker connecting, doing a lot of damage, but being healed back up. Double invisibility for this Kiana means she can actually get that Encore Charm in, getting 1 kill, getting 2 kills, and the set is the only one remaining. The Haymaker is being used, but not finding kills, and surely this is yet another kill for the Kiana.
Yeah, really impressed. We have not seen much of Kiana so far, but she proves to be exceptionally strong. This is, again, another one of our concerns coming into this one. Are you playing the champions you know really well, or are you trying to play for your team composition overall? It looks like in this case, Oda will be able to have that cake and eat it, because this Kiana is playing spectacularly well.
Beautiful pickup here, something nobody was expecting. The Kiana doing so much in such a short time period. And I think this means we'll be jumping into the other semi-final. We saw Johnny Batley versus Oda. Now let's take a look at how Trovo Tim is doing versus Nala Sleep.
So we will be going into a second game of second semi-finals. We'll get a chance to look. And if we might actually be seeing a second Kiana, I have to check and see if that is definitely the case, because if it is, that will be a major meta shift from day 1 to day 2, that the teams are really bringing out the big guns now.
This Kiana is a bit of a surprising pick. Something else which we did see banned for most of the time, and I still can't figure out for the life of me why, is the Singed pick. I always thought Singed was horrible in ARAM, but if you can just do this and be annoying, run away, I guess it works. Although you need to convince me here, not asleep. You do need to convince me.
It's a risk. It's one of those things that, with Singe, the old adage going never chase a Singe, is somewhat dependent on that Singe being able to stay alive for a long time. But not asleep here. They've managed to sneak through a Cogmore composition. We did see this in day 1. It works spectacularly well. Traditionally, it's supposed to take a little bit longer to get online, but as we're seeing right now, 15-8, not asleep. They're dominant in the early going.
Yeah, very dominant with that Singed pick up as well, but I think mostly to protect the Kog'Maw comp. Actually, the Singed might be kind of like a tank, or you just say, I am very annoying to deal with, and I'll take so much pressure away from the Kog'Maw, which is great. Also, you have that fling ability, as you can see here, demonstrated. That's doing so much work to get those team fights more leaning towards your side.
You can see the poke is good from not asleep, but with the Sona there, they are going to be able to shrug off a lot of that. So you've got the shields and the heals as well. So you kind of got the best of both worlds. You've got the shields to deny the short-term damage, and the heals for longer term as well, which is one of the reasons why Sona is so fantastic. One of the highest win rate champions on regular ARAM. Still good even here.
Now it's Trovo Tim who's going up for a push, seeing if they can actually hurt this turret somewhat. And that's kind of the problem when you have this poke composition with melees, is getting to that turret is going to be more difficult. Good engage here. There's the crescendo not coming out too much, but the rest of the team is doing so much work. The Kog'Maw is still alive. Can he play cleanup crew? The Mordekaiser is being ulted away, but he's doing so much that Mordekaiser still has the Diaphragm available. Might use it on the Kog'Maw. The Singed is trying to find backline access. They do find the Varus, but this Mordekaiser is still doing so much Diaphragm. Does he have the damage? Does he have the Diaphragm available? Does he even need it? I think he just killed the Kog'Maw on its own. He definitely could, but the set was there to protect him.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the difference maker, isn't it? When you can stay alive on the absolute minimum of health. The most important part, of course, for not asleep here is that Kog'Maw is the one that survives all the way through, which is showing that for Trovo Tim, they've got an issue here, which is finishing the job. You can see that this Kog'Maw is not making it out alive, but does at least have the passive bit of extra damage to get, in this case, a bit more farm. In later fights, might actually be able to trade kills back.
Yeah, it's definitely a different kind of flavor we're seeing here in this particular team fight. What's also a very interesting flavor? McDonald's once tried creating a... Yes, I don't do segues. McDonald's once tried to create a bubblegum flavored broccoli. I don't know why. I tried to look this up. This is true, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, it's 100% true.
Bubblegum flavored broccoli? Am I understanding you correctly?
Yes.
I was aware they sold any flavor of broccoli.
McDonald's said we wanted... So the thing was, this is in 2014. This is when they were trying to do their whole campaign. They tried, okay, we're going to do healthy food at McDonald's, which, okay, good. That's good. Okay. I applaud them for that. But they saw broccoli is one of the more healthy vegetables, but it wasn't getting on in the States domestically. So they tried seeing if they can genetically engineer broccolis to taste like bubblegum, which is very enervating to me, because I think broccoli tastes better than most bubblegums. I really don't like bubblegum.
I like broccoli and cauliflower and stuff. I didn't like when I was a kid at all.
It's something so American. It's, oh, broccoli doesn't taste good. What do you mean? Broccoli is one of the better tasting vegetables out there.
Well, I know that when I was a kid, I certainly didn't like it, so I think it may be a taste that changes over time. But hey, I guess if there's ways to trick people into eating vegetables, then I'm all for it. I mean, for Trovo Tim here, they're getting pushed back. I hope at least with this game not going well for them, they are at least well nutritioned, bubblegum flavor or otherwise.
I certainly hope so. The Mordekaiser is going into that 1v1 with the Death Realm and the Singed open inhibitor. Remember, the Mordekaiser is still in the Death Realm. He can actually come out and do some damage here with the set. Now, the Haymaker does so much, and I think a Mordekaiser alone being tanky enough is not the answer. And Trovo Tim, you can see it on Nadia's face. She knows this game, after a quadra kill from the Kog'Maw, might end up in a loss.
Yeah, this is a big warning sign. We were talking about this right back at the beginning. That Protect the Kog'Maw competition has proven itself already in day one. And just like the Varus, it's a pick that's very, very dangerous to let through. Because we've seen here, this is only going to be short of 12 minutes. I think this one's going to be done. And now not asleep or one step away for qualifying for the finals.
Yeah, they are very much at the match point right now. Not asleep also. I don't know what's not working for their opposition. Maybe it's just that Mordekaiser isn't working. Although I think it's a great counter against the set, because as soon as set, all of a sudden you just ult the set, you deny the Haymaker damage. Something in that composition doesn't feel right.
No, I mean, well, something, we have been seeing, I think, a little bit in one of the previous games was, Set was doing a fantastic job in the previous games we've seen as being a disruptor, but I don't think he's fantastic as the team's kind of only engage, or the only way to get to grips with the other team, because it's pretty obvious what the set is doing a lot of the time. When the set can get into a back of a team fight and start throwing people around, fantastic. But if he's running directly at you, the other team can just as easily run away pretty much just as quickly as well.
Yes and no. For me, that's a yes and no, because yeah, it's pretty obvious. It's pretty a set is signaling in advance to the enemy, to the opposition, what he's doing. But it's the same like, oh, I have a big cannon. I'm pointing it towards you. You know what I can do with it, but there's nothing really much you can do about it. If I'm gonna shoot it at your building, well, your building is gonna get a big cannon hole right in the middle in the porch. So, okay, you see it coming. Can you do anything about it? Well, some of the time you're just along for the ride.
Well, yeah, I mean, certainly, given that we're on Howling Abyss and we've got Mark and Dash, or Snowball as it's more commonly known, then that allows for a lot of people to close distances where they couldn't normally, but we'll see. We've still got plenty more games to go in the semi-final stage.
Yeah, let's go to a quick break as we wait for the next pick a man in this semi-final. These two teams are still battling it out, and afterwards we'll continue our broadcast right as it is.
Who's the champion?
Jess.
Surprise! I'm back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Trovo Titans. My name is Alexis, and still joining me in the commentary box, even though we're not in the physical location. It's Counterfeit.
I'm in a box of imagination, Exodus.
I thought you were going to say I'm trapped in a box of emotion.
Oh no, but I will try and fit in some Anchorman quotes before we get too far through. But hey, we are still in the semi-final stages with a look towards the grand finals a little bit later on. We're almost done, I think, with our semi-finals though, because we wondered, with our teams being so heavily favored with each other, if we would see some very competitive matches. But so far, we're looking like we could be heading for 3-0 sweeps again.
Yeah, remember we talked about there being only two series where it didn't go for a 3-0 sweep, and it looks like it's still continuing in a round of 16, which is crazy, which means one of these teams are so, I don't know how, but the seeding was just not amazing. This was just the best seeding you could have imagined ever in a tournament.
So as we come into this game, I was looking at the team compositions that come in, as we do actually see Gangplank you were talking about before on the Oda side of things. I much prefer Oda's team composition here, because we've got, we've got a huge amount of poke from range, and we've just got the ability to make these big dives in, as well as having the sustain from the Soraka as well. So this is only 4 minutes into the game, and it's already a massive advantage for Oda.
Yeah, you also should not underestimate that Aurelia and that Zeref in the enemy team composition as well. Oda knows what they're doing, and Aurelia going in, getting 2 stuns, dashing left, right, and center. Triumph feels also coming through, and I think she has 1 more Q remaining. Doesn't even need it, because she did have the auto attack ready.
And this is at a point where Oda were really expecting to get killed and sent back to base to spend that early money. The Aurelia was played so well that they were able to 2v3 Zoni and force them to now be falling even further behind.
Now look how fast this turret is going down. Almost gone, meaning that Odo is actually very close to reaching that inhibitor at 5 minutes. Remember, this is only a game that has lasted for less than 5 minutes.
This is absolutely crazy stuff. But Oda, I think they've shown that they have adapted extremely well to this very unique format of bringing a tournament draft onto the Howling Abyss. They know exactly what they need to do to win and how to do it extremely quickly.
Yeah, with that GP as well, those barrels are zoning away so many people, and the Nexus turret, sorry, the inhibitor turret has fallen alongside Johnny Botley. I think Odo, I don't know what Johnny Botley needs to do here. They're all so low, but they need to defend.
Yeah, I mean, they can't. You can hear them talking, saying that you can't do anything right now. The Gangplank using those oranges to get out in front of the team, absorb a lot of the crowd control, and then whenever Zoni come back in, try and make a play of their own, they get punished for it. As here comes the Aphelas. He has been a sleeper pick throughout the tournament, but whenever he comes on to the Abyss, he has absolutely destroyed everybody.
Yeah, and with the Moonlight Vigil connecting there as well, this is going to be a lot of damage and a lot of mental gain going definitely towards Oda. You can always already see the well played in the chat, but I'm kind of suspecting that Oda might actually take this game. Let's see if Johnny Botley can actually finish, keep on going and finish it. There's a flash forward, desperately trying to get that Soraka. The ultimate available, the Q will not connect, and the Aurelia will take the kill.
There we go. The bait unicorn, the age-old tactic deployed by Oda there. As a quadra kill comes in for the Aurelia. I think you call it out, this has been a spectacular pick as well. The Aphelios definitely doing fantastic cleanup duty, but the Aurelia getting the kills when they've got no business doing so.
I think Johnny Bartley, I see that iron in the background. I think he might need it today because those iron ganks might be resurging once more. Okay, good pickup there from him. They killed the Aphelios, but it's just, it's not even a battle of attrition. It's just you're isolated. You are literally pinpointed down, and Oda is not stopping.
Yeah, it's only they're trying to get back kills here because currently they are behind by, I think it's about 16, 17 kills that Oda are ahead right now with 2 rounds already locked down. So this again is for a ticket to the grand finals. We're very much on the path of seeing both of our semifinals be 3-0 games, which means our grand finals will potentially be filled up with 2 teams who haven't taken a loss so far.
Oh, we might have spoken too soon as Johnny Bartley is trying to get a comeback. They actually get a lot of people down from Oda's side. And even though, I want to say even though there's Soraka still up, they might push into Oda here. Those 2 super minions, they have a different point of view on that particular argument.
Well, what I'm looking at here is the Aurelia, who loves to be in this low health environment where she can get resets after reset, that Blade Surge, and just dance throughout the team. They've already got a triple kill and a quadra kill so far. For Zoni, they know that this Aurelia signals imminent death, and so all they can do is delay the inevitable.
And delay it has to be because Zoni Bartley's time is definitely running out as Oda is pushing into them right now. This might be the final stand, or will Oda have a little bit more fun with it. We'll see. I know it's, let's say 1 1/4 next third is still standing, but for how long?
Yeah, I mean, that is something that Oda don't necessarily have a ton of, his ability to knock down those towers. The Gangplank will have that extra damage to be able to burn through them, but it's taking a little while. Every second that passes is one that Zoni can come back into the game if they can make their play stick. But see, the Oda squad, they can control space so incredibly well. Here's the ult.
There comes the ult. The wish comes down as well to keep Oda healthy. And healthy they will remain. Only 1 team member of Johnny Bartley remaining. And even he goes down. Meaning it's a clean ace. And meaning it's a very clean run from Odo straight into the finals. Your first finalist here in the Trovo Titans is known. It is Oda.
Very, very nicely done. That was absolutely brutal stuff. I believe we have still got Trovo, Tim, and Not Asleep going on. So let's head across to there and see if we get 2 3-0 semifinals.
Well, Not Asleep definitely showed up last 2 games and yesterday as well, going in the clean 0-3 all of the time. And is this the case? Let's take a quick look at what's happening here. We do see Nanajo once again, and she's covering the minimap. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult to assess the situation.
At least going from the top right, where we can spot out very small the kills up there. This game looks like it's tremendously more even than the previous one was. We got a little bit more scaling on the side of Not Asleep rather than full-on aggression from the very beginning.
They did pick up the Ornn once again. Nami pickup here, something we never really discussed as of yet. And Senna. Senna in ARAM is also such a strong champion because you do have that range. And you have those 3 ghost stacks that you can use, but there's a good engager from Trovo Tim. Backline X is definitely being found by the set Haymaker. There's so much damage. But Call of the Forge God is being used, and they didn't find the full commitment when Not Asleep counter engages and absolutely decimates Trovo Tim. There comes a full-on re-engages from Not Asleep, and only Set and the Lulu are remaining, and even Set gets picked up. Lulu is very much alone under this turret.
What a disaster for the Trovo Tim squad, who have been doing very well, but after losing that last fight decisively, they lose the ground here, they lose control over the health relics, which is so important in staying out in the field, and the tower drops as well.
1 tower drops. Will the other one drop Again, with the Senna, you also have a lot of healing in your team comp. You have bruisers who can utilize that. And with the Gragas and the Silas, they can heal in fights or heal when a fight is already won. So Trovo Tim definitely on the back end of this fight. With the Katarina pick, will they be able to turn it around?
I think the big problem here for the Trovo Tim squad is, you know, they've got the very, very good Malphite engage. They've got the arrow as well, but a lot of that is going to be pointed towards the front line rather than the back line. So while they can start fights, they may have trouble actually getting the damage through.
And damage is definitely coming through alongside Not Asleep when they don't ace Trovo Tim, but it's very close once again. And this is 3 situations in a row where Not Asleep has not backed. They have not reset it, they have not cashed in that gold, and they keep winning on these team fights. Trovo Tim has to ask a question. Do you want to kill Not Asleep right now with the amount of gold they have lying in their pockets?
Well, I mean, yeah, the ideal situation is you can keep Not Asleep out on sort of minimal health, but that just hasn't really happened up at this point. We do have the engage under the tower, which is exactly where Trovo Tim want to try and take a fight, but they don't have a great ability to lock down. The Malphite ult does hit onto the backline finally.
This might be the first ace, at least the first ace that we are seeing from Trovo Tim. They actually get it in the end, but can they claw back? Remember, this is what I said before, Not Asleep is able to cash in a hell of a lot of gold now.
Yes, and that means the Trovo Tim, they've got to use this window of opportunity to get the tower down, because once the retribution comes in, it's going to be pretty darn fearsome. You know, we've seen how much damage the Not Asleep team can do already. With extra items, it's going to be all the worse.
Yeah, Not Asleep, they know that this reset from Trovo Tim is a little bit awkward, so Trovo Tim deciding to stay or at least stall for as long as possible. But if they can get some straggler kills in here, as you can see, this team is not... They just left the Lulu behind. The front line was like, yeah, sure, Lulu.
That's the thing, you know, sometimes you do have to extricate as much of your team as possible and leave behind somebody to cover the retreat. It's unfortunate, but it's one of those facts of life that Not Asleep are taking advantage of here, because with the numbers advantage, they take down the inhibitor tower, looking for the inhibitor as well. We are short of 10 minutes. Not Asleep looking very strong.
And Not Asleep wants to grab that second finalist spot here at the Trovo Titans, and is definitely nearing it even further. Good engage here from Trovo Tim, but Not Asleep is just not taking damage. The Death Lotus goes off completely, but not taking a single kill with them, meaning that Not Asleep is definitely very much in control of this team fight. Lulu's trying to keep trying to keep people alive. Only the Ornn goes down, and Not Asleep still remaining in this team fight, still looking strong. They keep on surviving, and they keep on pushing with the Senna in that backline, was able to heal up the rest of her team.
Yeah, you really need a massive Katarina teamfight here. The health bars are not great for you for Not Asleep. They are semi-low, but not killable and resettable quite yet. We have at least got the Malphite back up with that ultimate available for Trovo Tim. This is do or die time. This will be the end of their tournament run if they can't win this game.
The Senna free hitting on the turret as well. At least Trovo Tim has gotten 1 kill, but they're also down to 1 single Nexus turret remaining. Lulu has to flash out. Half HP for this Nexus turret. And the Senna still has that range advantage. Look at how low the Katarina is. Look at how low the Malphite is. And the Silas keeps on healing with that Kingslayer ability as well. Here's a pickup by Senna. Set going in. Is this going to be the change that Trovo Tim needs? Whoa! At least with the Haymaker, they do get 1 kill, and they actually get 2.
Yeah, the set here saving the game for Trovo Tim, getting the triple kill as well. Honestly, at this point, what I would be looking for the set to do is to get taken out and actually be able to spend some of that kill goal before this next fight, which will easily be the end of the game.
And Not Asleep just has to get 1 more win, and then they are our second finalist here at the Trovo Titans. Now, they should be able to get this win. I'm mostly looking at the Silas, who, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, he's 11-3. And with the Cosmic Drive, he can just keep on fighting in these team fights. He does not go low. You saw it there. He tanked an entire Death Lotus from Katarina. He just really didn't care all that much.
I mean, when you've got 11 kills, you are in a very, very good spot for your team. We've got an attempt to engage from Not Asleep. They are still very strong on paper.
Yeah, the Set in the backline Haymaker doing a lot of damage, but Set will take out the Senna. Will this be detrimental to the fight? Only blue remaining, and I think this might be game 4, not asleep. The Malphite is trying to stall, is trying to buy time, but I think time has run out for Trovo Tim. It is a new era. It is not asleep, and we'll be heading into the finals in the Trovo Titan League of Legends tournament.
I mean, all of our teams that made it through to the semi-final stage today secured themselves 200 euros. And of course, the teams that make it through to the finals get themselves a minimum of 400, as well as the Titan points you mentioned here before. First prize is 900 though, so that's what our teams, of course, looking for the most fiercely. For Trovo Tim, they're giving everything to try and make sure they can double their payout.
Yeah, Trovo Tim wants to have that reverse sweep, and actually succeeding in it, surprisingly. I was not expecting them to win this last little skirmish. Actually, a good use of executing here against the minions, making sure your Ashe has another reset. Trovo Tim, they're not out for the count, but they're very near to being out for the count.
And you've got to play this so carefully now. So Ashe is down, taken out by the super minion. Not a sleeper coming in at full speed. But the turnaround.
The Senna needs to be kept alive if they want to win this team fight. So far with the polymorph and the auto attack, with the Q from the Malphite, it is actually a kill, but it was very costly fought. Snowball lands, Snowball connects, but I don't think it's not asleep wants to go in as of yet. They're still waiting, they're still starting on the enemy team, and they need to have another 5v5 engage.
Yeah,
or you just silence.
Run out a lot of the death timers. Oh my gosh, not asleep. They know they've got to get the win in relatively soon, because otherwise Trovo Tim will turn this game around. I think time has run out for them though.
Yeah, the Set remaining. Only member of Trovo Tim remaining. Can he turn it around once again? Taking so much damage, doing so much with the Haymaker, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. And it's a pentakill for the Silas. Beautifully done alongside It's Not Asleep. And this surely can only mean one thing. Your second finalist here is not asleep.
We're gonna be delayed for a few seconds more. Not asleep. They're happy in the game right now. They want to get as many star points as possible. So technically, this is not done, but we've got a massive quantity of super minions. I think we're just gonna see another ace from Not Asleep, as they just look to show off as much as possible.
Look how much that Senna is healing as well by those auto attacks. Senna is also a champion I was expecting more to see in this tournament, and I think in the final, it's definitely a pocket pick you cannot take away from Not Asleep, as they'll be heading into the final. This means both our two teams are known. This means that cash prize is going to be distributed among one of these two teams, and we're cutting closer and closer to that final. I do believe we'll be taking a small break before we head into that. I'm not 100% sure of that as of yet. But Counterfeit, in this last game from the semifinals, was it exactly what you were expecting? Were you expecting this trio sweep once again?
Oh no, not at all, but it's very tricky to know going into this one, because, all you can really tell from a 3-0 sweep a lot of the time, from the outside is just, okay, so one team was noticeably better than the other. It's always hard then to equate those teams against each other, so we thought maybe this would be the stage when we started to see the series go to 5 games and similar, but absolutely not the case. So we've only got one more round for that to happen. I really hope it does happen. I want to see a full 5-game series, because we've been seeing super strong performances across the board.
Before we head into that final, into the grand final, we will be also heading once again into a small 10-minute break. So get your refreshments as we are heading into the final here at the League of Legends finals here for Trovo Titans.
Who's the champion? It's Rek'Sai!
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, beloved audience. Welcome back to the Trovo Titans Grand Final here in this 5v5 holding in this tournament. It's been a while. It's been a whole journey for all these teams, for these two teams to get here. But in the end, only two teams can stand in the final. And I'm wondering how it's going to end. Are we going to see trio sweep as we've seen the rest of the tournament, or are we going to see a best of five in this best of five?
I mean, we're really hoping, given that we've got two teams who managed to absolutely demolish their way through the semi-final stages, that hopefully they found a good match in each other. But I think that's the really huge question coming in to game number one, is how these teams are going to play into each other. Will they stick with their same really dominant or attempted dominant style? Or will they have that kind of level of respect for each other that they'll be bringing out something new and surprising?
Yeah, what I saw really happening from the last game we spectated was there was just no stopping the onslaught. There's no way where we can just keep going, hey, we just stop it. No, we keep on going, and we will also keep on going. Let's go straight into a live pick and ban and see what both these champions are both of these teams are banning here. The Sage and the Nivea being taken away. Nivea, especially before that wave clear for that ultimate, as soon as you start stacking some mana, you actually have an impossible job to do because you need to push into that without having minions.
And one of the ones we're seeing being taken away as well as well as just the raw power of the set for Otter over there. But not asleep, they've poked out particularly the Kiana pick as an early priority to ban. We saw what that pick can do with the Duskblade of Drakthar going invisible again and again.
AP Malphite, actually, I think it's been fairly 50-50 between when the Malphite was picked, if it was an AP Malphite or just a regular tank Malphite. It's just that ultimate that brings so much to the table that Not does not want to play against it. Now, having picked up the Syndra does mean exactly to see you give away something like the Seraphine. Now, Odo can also play Senna, so would not be surprised if I see something like that being picked up.
Yeah, I mean, it makes absolute sense here. The only chance I think we've got of not seeing that is if their priorities are different, and we have got the Viego reset power along with the sustain, so it's not the Senna we were expecting, but it still fulfills a very similar function.
Soraka gives you that sustain you need. It also brings some poke and especially silences in those team fights, and that's something we didn't really discuss. But with the way the map is in Howling Abyss, Soraka can really more effectively use that silence because you know people are going to be clumped up. You know which way people will be walking, so that silence is very much a deterrent, even more than it is in a regular league.
It looks like from Not Asleep side of things, they are leaning pretty heavily on the disruptive end of the spectrum. So they've got the Trundle joined by the Gragas as well. Sometimes confused for Karma, but never confused for anyone who won't disrupt a team fight.
Oda definitely knowing that they want to get the Sen out of the way. And you were talking about Not Asleep having a disruptive team composition. I would 100% agree. They have so much utility already. They have the Gragas, they have the Seraphine, they have the Trundle who even brings utility with the Pillar. Something I am lacking though along their side is just overall straight up, this is our carry, this is our damage, this is our one person who is going to carry these team fights. Yes, Trundle might fall a bit into that category, but there's definitely some MVP potential that is still up for grabs alongside Not Asleep.
I mean, Oda, they're getting the opportunity here to ban out indirectly the Cogmore composition as well as the Senna we saw working extremely well before. But Aphelios has managed to sneak the way through. There's not a huge amount of protection for him as of yet from Not Asleep. But, you know, if that Aphelios gets to go off big, they will take over the game by themselves.
And here comes the carry potential from Not Asleep that I was talking about in the Aphelios. Extraordinarily difficult to deal with once the Aphelios gets going. The shock chromes, and especially once you get more AoE in your kit, it's almost impossible to make sure that Aphelios doesn't get online. Now, Oda knows this, and they have opted towards a more neutralizing comp as well right now, with especially the Ashe being picked up. Ashe is being picked up because of poke, early game dominance, and most of all that arrow, which once the Aphelios gets going, might be, and this is a big might, a point-and-click stun.
Well, sure. I mean, from Oda, we've got some great ability to make picks here, and hopefully get themselves the advantage by just bringing the numbers to bear. One pick we haven't seen a ton of, but I think we are genuinely going to be seeing here from Not Asleep in our first game of our Grand Finals is the Teemo, one of the very few champions who can provide vision in those brushes.
This is the first game of the Grand Final here at Trovo. So I am hoping this 0-3 sweep phenomenon is going to be broken, but I mean, we hoped it in the semifinals, we hoped it in the quarterfinals. It didn't happen. It can still happen in the finals. Does not mean these games aren't close. We've seen a lot of 0-3 sweeps where the games were fairly close. Now, what we did see from Not Asleep last time was that Onslaught. It is very much yes, there's this meta where you back, the ebb and flow, as I like to call it, where, okay, now we execute, we're in a team fight, we get a little bit of ground, but we have to give up some ground as well. Not Asleep does not abide by these rules. Not Asleep just says, no, we keep going, we keep on fighting, and it has worked out great for them in the past.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you've got picks like Aurelia in the mix who can go one versus many, and, you know, still be a functional threat, even when your team is partially resetting, either by choice or by the other team helping them along their way. So we really be looking for players to make stand-up performances like that, to find these windows of opportunity where the other team, you know, is expecting, like, you know, this is reset time, there's no danger here. But when you get the resets through, Viego being a great one for picks like that, then you can suddenly start building together these really surprising plays that disrupt the ebb and flow pattern.
And don't forget, the Viego is very much also a pop-off champion, especially in ARAM with those resets, with the fact that most of the time, all these champions will have passive gold income from, you know, just the ARAM map, from Howling Abyss. It means that when you take someone over, they'll most of the time always be useful. It's not that that taking over Lulu is not useful. No. You have that polymorph available, or with taking over a Aphelios. No, that Aphelios does have items.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, it's really a pick that rewards players who know at least the basics of how pretty much every champion that's going to be played will function, especially if you're doing several takeovers in a row. You know, you can just throw out the whole kit, activate your ultimate again, try and get another kill and another reset. One of the reasons why Viego, I believe, is going to be getting some hits with a nerf bat relatively soon is because of how powerful that combo play can be.
There is one thing I must confess to. I like playing Viego, but I remember every time, I've had it like 2 or 3 times, and every time I take over the ghost from an Aphelios, I'm just sitting there. What do I do? I'm not any carry player. I know how Aphelios works, but I do not have the memory. Like, I do not have the muscle memory. I have no idea. So when I did it, those 3 times, I just immediately went, I'm stuck. I don't know what to do. Let's just ult out. Let's just try to just become Viego, even though it was 100% the right move. The right move 100% was, no, stay as Aphelios and just carry this team fight. I just went, nope, can't do it. No idea how the kit works. No idea how I utilize this. I'll just let somebody else take the wheel.
Well, we were talking about this earlier as well. You know, when we've got team competitions being brought together here, how important it is for players to have a deep understanding of their champion. As you said, you know, Viego is the champion that means you've got to have a deep understanding of Viego and every other champion in order to get the maximum out of them. And with these two teams being extremely well matched, we hope at least that even the smallest amount of difference, that little bit of hesitation where, like you said, you get a kit, you're like, I don't know quite what to do here, that could turn a whole team fight by itself.
Definitely can turn it around. And sometimes you need to turn it around. Some of these teams have, I don't want to say given up in the past when we saw the semifinals. It's just they know they're in a state where they can't win. And maybe that's something to do with drafting. Maybe it's something to do where, look, we always need to draft a composition where you have clawback potential. And both of these teams have done that more often than the other team. For example, no more AP Malphites, but Viegos who can always come back. Or Aphelios who are always very strong when it comes to items, when it comes to Ladium. Or just Syndras with the Scatter the Weak. Yeah, Scatter Weak, amazing ability. Blow up potential with Syndra. Early, mid, and late game, always a good all-round champion. So maybe the way to go is having just all-round strong champions.
Well, for sure. I mean, that's certainly a lot less of a risk when you've got that raw power in there you can lean upon. I mean, I'm interested to see, in particular, as we get into the next game, how the comps play into each other. But I believe we have some business, Exodus, to attend to before we get into the next game.
I think it's time for Who's That Champion? We have some more champions lined up for you to guess. And as always,
Who's That Champion?
Guess on side. Okay.
Okay. So we've been fooled before, so I think I'm going to say it's Zoe, but Zoe in a different pose.
So this is a question, right? Is this a tail? Or is it something else? I'm not convinced it's a tail yet, but I also don't see another silhouette. So I'll just go on a limb. Yeah, Spade Head. Who has a Spade Head?
It's Cassiopeia.
Come,
Yorick.
It's
look me in the
Cassiopeia.
eyes.
Fool again. What a bamboozle.
I mean, this one was a little bit more obvious. Then again, we did get fooled 100% by the Zoe pick. So you always need to be careful. I don't want to... I know production just wants to get another one in here because they want us to not get it right. So if our production team would be so kind as to get yet another Who's That Champion on our screen.
Who's That Champion?
Oh boy.
So we're seeing... This is a hairy person of some kind.
Yeah.
That's definitely Thor in that silhouette.
It looks like Sully from Monsters Inc.
It does.
It really does.
So furry monster?
Like a volley bear noodle or maybe even?
I think we're in that kind of area. It's very Sasquatch-y.
I mean, if it's Sasquatch-y, I think it...
It's Volibear.
Your gods
it's
are
Volibear.
cowards.
I was not expecting that. I was expecting Nunu.
I was leaning more towards Nunu myself, but I think it was missing the Nunu's silhouette up at the top there, which was what threw me off. Though, to be fair, given how some of these skins have been chosen, I wouldn't put it past production to have chosen a skin specifically where that's not anywhere near as obvious as you'd expect.
What if, what if you look for a good angle from the robot Nunu skin and just sell it as Blitzcrank? Because when he has a hand up, it looks very vertically because you're a robot, you're very much a boxed in figure. I think you can pull it off.
I mean, it certainly has been the case in the past down the line that we've had some weird and wonderful skins. It's been a while, I think, since we've had a probably not X or probably not Y. I think that skin line is kind of gone by the wayside at this point. But I do miss the days of I think it's Velcars? I'm trying to think of the other ones which are champions disguised as other champions. Maybe they thought it was a bad idea.
I liked it. I really liked the fact like champions disguised as other champions. They also did it well twice with Mundo and Draven, where it's just you're disguised as yourself. And it's literally a joke you do twice, right? With Draven and Mundo. But for some reason, it's fine that they did it twice with these two champions because it's very much a different feel. With Mundo, it's the idiotic thing where, I'm dressed up as myself. He just didn't realize he was dressed up as himself. And with Draven, it's I'm that good. I'm just that good. There's nobody else on this team. I just need to be myself. I just need to be Draven.
Yeah, very much the case. That is a champion we haven't actually got to see so far. We haven't seen any Dravens coming through, even though they've got a massive potential to chew through games very quickly. Again, I don't know if it's just because our players aren't necessarily used to playing them in this kind of environment, or maybe it's just too dynamic of the team fights to allow for Draven to get those axe catches he needs to really go off.
It's tricky because with Draven, it's very much a win more champ. It's probably one of the most win more champions in the game. Also, why he's so difficult. But that being said, if it's a game where kills are falling left, right, and center, Draven always gets more gold, and you always want to build a collector on Draven as well. Meaning that because you get more gold in, if you, for example, have a Draven with 5 kills who's not doing particularly well, if, for example, let's say the Draven is 5 and 8. You think, not a great scoreline, right? Well, you have Triumph, you have Collector. You've already collected a lot more gold than you would imagine. So I think you're already gold-wise compared to other champion, like in Pyke territory, where 5 kills might be going towards gold efficiency of 7 or 8, meaning you actually have a positive KDA. You might actually try Draven purely because of that fact.
Yeah, we mentioned Pyke. That is a champion. I'm just having a quick look through the kind of list of champions that see success in ARAM. Interestingly, Pyke, you kind of would imagine Pyke would be pretty good, and I've certainly been beaten up by Pykes enough time in ARAM to have that opinion myself, but it doesn't... I'm going to have to go a long way for the list, I think. Where are you? So, down in 127th pick. Wow, he's apparently... He's a very popular pick, but it's apparently not a very good pick, is maybe the issue there. So, the one champion we've got coming up, I believe this game, who is actually a very unpopular champion, but is still very good, is the Camille. We're seeing, if you can set up the fights with the Camille, it's amazingly good, but I think the reason why it's maybe not popular in regular ARAM is it relies on your team very much to make the most of that opportunity. And normally, if you're playing with strangers, that's not maybe going to happen, but in this team environment, that can very much be the difference maker.
Yeah, there are a lot of these champion picks. I mean, we did see the Senna, for example, rise, which I would have expected to have risen fairly earlier in this tournament. But those are the kind of stuff where, there is a lot of possibility for pivots here, for last-minute pivots, or even for just saying, hey, we'll bring something completely else. This is our pocket pick. This is our kind of cheese as well. Because I was not expecting Pyke to be that low on that list. I was really expecting him to... I've been beaten up by Pykes, as you said, so many times where I just know, oh man, they just have a Pyke in ARAM, and it's difficult to deal with, difficult to handle. Then again, you also need to be low for the ultimate. It's maybe a knife that cuts both ways.
The only thing I can think of is maybe just because you've only got that single lane for ARAM, it's a lot harder to be sneaky with a Pyke than it would be normally and kind of find your way into the backline. On the other end of the scale, though, I think one of the reasons, we're looking at a little bit of a different data source, League of Grass this time, rather than where we were looking before. Ashe is, I think, might actually be, and I'll have to double check this, she's certainly one of, if not... Yes, she is the 3rd most popular champion behind Ezreal and Jhin, but she also has the highest win rate amongst them. The second highest win rate overall behind Sona.
I think that's definitely to do purely because you have both poke and that arrow. That arrow is such a... I mean, you have the expression, shooting ducks in a barrel. With that ultimate from Ashe, when you respawn, might as well just shoot it off. There's a good chance you'll just hit somebody who is stunned for 4 seconds.
Alright, so ladies and gentlemen and friends beyond the binary, we are into our grand finals. It is a best of 5 as we've been all the way through the competition. This is very high stakes Howling Abyss. There's a huge difference in the prize between first and second, so they'll be giving us everything. 500 euros difference, 900 euros to first place, 400 to second.
There is a tactic that Not Asleep has opted for, which are very much like that they went for it. Look at their inventories. They all have tiers, meaning they all probably want, even on champions where it's not really necessary, like a Trundle, like a Gragas, I think they all want to say, hey, we are in for the long haul this way.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you get that mana building up over time. You're getting that every time you're hitting a champion with ability, and that's happening a hell of a lot in the ARAM style. For the other side of things, you see they've just got these single tier for themselves. They've opted, well, no, sorry, a couple of tiers themselves, but something a lot less than the 5 for Not Asleep, which means that theoretically, others should have the advantage in the early going.
Now, immediately engage on the Fidos. First Blood is going over towards the Ash with a high win rate, although I think Not Asleep does want to retort here with another kill. Online ARAM finds it on the Viego, meaning it's a 1-for-1 trade. And look at, the flash forward! The Scary of the Week did not do damage to ARAM, did, however, have a cool knockback. And we'll also look at like some of these other inventory items. It's a Camille with 3 rejuvenation beads. That's money thrown away, but that's a lot of regen.
Oh yeah, an absolute ton, and this is, a general topic here for the Howling Abyss map in general is you need to get your regen from somewhere, and you need to get your health back, you need to get your mana back as well, and usually you can't do both things with the 3 beads in there. That you're looking in a big spot to stay out in the field for a long time and stay very aggressive.
Oh, aggressive, almost. It's always difficult. This is difficult, by the way, when you're casting, because you're always expecting, is this the time that the team fight is going to happen? Sometimes you'll hear us just go over this team fight because we don't know if it's the full commit from one team or it's just, as we saw there, a slow poke.
I mean, you've got to set up for the right situation. I mean, Not Asleep, you said, they are playing more further back. They've got themselves the longer term prospects. One thing that's going to help them out a ton is, for Not Asleep, that Trundle Pillar in the early going and the explosive cast out, or the explosive barrel out of the Gragas for major disruption. Now level 6 has been reached. It's going to make it very difficult for Otter to actually push their plays through when they do decide to press the go button.
And while we wait for some of these teams to press the go button, I think it's amazing fact time. Isn't it, Counterfeit?
I'm prepared to be amazed.
Okay, so I'll give you one. Did you know that there is a book called Gatsby? Like the Great Gatsby, it's spelled, although it's a D instead of a T. It is a 50,000 word novella without the letter E. And it was written back in 1939. The American author Ernest Vincent Wright, the only E's in the book are in his own name. And he did it in English, and then 3 years later, he did it in French as well. And these are 2 languages where both the most used letter is an E. This is, I don't know why you would do this, but it has been done.
I wasn't expecting that, I have to admit. But
yeah.
Hey, every day is a learning day here. And I guess, well, maybe one of these teams will be inspired by his example and they won't use any of their E abilities. But here we go for another fight.
Admire gets a 1 kill in, trying to go further. Hexakill Dominion is being used. Greg is able to escape with the flash. Casket being put down. And Moonlight Vigil doing so much damage, healing through the Wish ability from Soraka, meaning it's still a 2-2 and it's fairly evenly matched.
Yeah, we've not seen a ton of kills so far, though the fighting has been deeply fierce. Managing to deny the reset for the Viego there means Not Asleep can push forward more aggressively. You can see Aphelios is barely alive, but they have got the ability to get a little bit of lifesteal back for themselves.
And this is definitely another game, another type of game for what we saw in the semifinals. In the semifinals, we had where these particular timestamps happened, inhibitors were already down, much like this Anchor ability, getting 2 people in very low, but no kills as of yet. Both people are one played very close to the chest when the Azir picks up the kill, and Not Asleep knows that they want to push into the turret. They're looking towards getting those kills in.
See, they're trying to draw out Not Asleep as Sammy goes in with Emperor's Divide. Nice play there, and it gets the kill for the Aphelios.
They're all so low, but the Aphelios is getting so many kills in and doing so much damage. Look how low Not Asleep is. 1 Carter's ult, and that's the freest pentakill I've ever seen in my life. But still, it's not going to happen. Not Asleep does not want to give up.
I mean, admire on this Viego is the closest thing you're going to get. They've got the reset ability. They get the shutdown. This is the time for Honor to come alive.
It's trying to get more kills in. Even he's taken over the Aphelios. Exactly what he needed to do. I think they want to give him as many kills as possible. Viego once again getting one more kill in. And I think it's so evenly matched here, Counterfeit. This game might go on for quite some time.
Yeah, this is what we were hoping for from our grand finals. These two teams have made their way through 14 other teams to make it to this point. Now it's all going to blow up here in the grand finals.
But don't forget how fast this particular game mode can turn. The first turret has been taken down. You have an Azir, meaning that you can actually get another turret down as well. And look how fast Oda is closing in on Not Asleep.
Yeah, Oda definitely, they are on the play here. They're the team who are trying to end the game quickly. Not Asleep are the ones trying to draw it out as long as possible. The first tower dropping down. We have at least got... oh no! I believe that's a stolen Azir turret, meaning that Not Asleep are going to struggle to push out from their own side.
Yeah, it's in the direction we talked about last time, but it's because it's blue. I was confused because I thought, okay, so you deny the Viego Azir interaction, but you don't do it this time because you also take away the turret. Now, Not Asleep, this is their attempt to push. However, they're not in as great of a position as Oda was last time.
Yeah, and we're getting the chance to actually look at some of these items coming in here for Scots and Squads. Not Asleep with double Warmogs coming in, and they've got Mythics on the other three members. For Oda, right now they are suffering for completed items, so Not Asleep are distinctly stronger for this next section of the game.
And with the double Warmogs, this is very much Not Asleep having their own game tactic and saying, we are going to a place where resets aren't needed, where you can just heal up, or where just Oda engages you. Hexakill Dominion is being used, which is being used as well. And Not Asleep is actually not losing all that much here, and Oda has burned a lot of ultimates.
Well, this is the ideal thing when you've got the Warmogs. You don't want to take decisive fights, because if you can just draw out the play for as long as possible, let those Warmogs kick in, you've effectively given yourself a free Guardian Angel.
And that Viego is definitely popping off. You're unstoppable. Trying to get some more kills in. There's a double kill going down. This time it is Azir's from Not Asleep that is putting down his turret. But for how long will this turret be available? As Camille is also engaging one with the hook shots. Precision Protocol is available. And here's the Viego going in. Definitely wants to get that ace. And gets it in the end. Meaning that Oda might push up into Not Asleep and might even take down this inhibitor turret.
I think, honestly, if anything, Not Asleep maybe did a little too well with their item setup there. They showed Oda that if this game goes any longer than this, it's going to turn against them distinctly. Not Asleep at least hold on to the tower. That's a triple kill through for the... No, quadra kill for Morale.
Might be Penta.
Is it? It is!
It is.
Pentakill! This is now a 9-kill Aphelios. And bizarrely enough, the first thing they need to do is die.
Yeah, Aphelios has just gotten 5 kills, 1 from 4. Do you want Aphelios to die or do you want to push? It, as we said, Not Asleep very much has this team composition where you say, look, we're in for the long haul, we have these items to keep us alive, and with the Aphelios, you need to reset here because he's gotten so much gold. Oda might actually turn it around once again.
So what we're looking at here, we've got 2 completed items. And the Guardian item in there for Mirai, the Aphelios. So should be coming out of the gates absolutely swinging. On the other side, from the Oda, their highest performing member right now is their Syndra with 5 kills. Not anywhere near as strong as the Aphelios is already.
Inhibitor being taken down by Oda. Oda, they are pushing up. And it's almost the... You talked about Not Asleep has done too well in digging in for the long haul. It's very much that you're forcing your enemy to act upon it. You know, when you're up against so many champions, you don't need a reset anymore. It's just also almost catch-22. Okay, if this is the game you want to play, we're definitely becoming overly aggressive, Not Asleep. We are committing fully towards this.
Yeah, I mean, at this point for Oda, they've got their mythic items in inventory, so the power levels are roughly even between the two. The only real outlier here is how incredibly strong this Aphelios is, as here comes the arrow.
Engaging on a tank though, but the tank is being bursted, the wish comes out as well, Executomatum is being used, but here you get the power from the Viego, is able to steal, to hijack some of these kills, to get kills with it, meaning it's 3 up against 2 now. Oda might look for siege potential on these Nexus turrets.
The only problem is we are only 12 minutes into the game, which means the death timers are not long. If that minion wave gets cleared out, even the super minion, it's possible, then Not Asleep can hold on.
One, this is a very deep Camilla disengaging with the Executomatum, does not really do all that much, and now the Azir is even more online. Now the Azir can actually get peel for his team. Seraphine survives just, which is great for her because she can heal up.
And what I liked seeing from Oda there was that they were super focused on getting those Nexus towers down. They know that's the only thing that matters in this game. They have to end the game. And the only way they do that, they can give up every one of their lives. They get those towers down, they get access to the Nexus, and they can access the end game.
Azir being taken out and accessing the end game is going to be difficult for Not Asleep because you don't have an open Nexus, but you're not far removed from it, meaning that you don't really have wiggle room anymore.
Oh, every fight is incredibly dangerous. We're back up now with pretty much full capacity on both sides. We've got ultimates across the board. We've got most of our flashes as well. Though for Not Asleep, they're a little bit low on their own flashes. Fortunately, they've got a couple of towers to hide behind.
Hiding will only get you so far. You'll have to address the elephant in the room, which is Oda trying to very much push up against Not Asleep. And now you see one of the advantages from the Azir. I was just as I say it, if Azir wants to go in, here's a good Emperor's Divide. It's stalling them, but the Hexacultimatum is being used on the Aphelios. He's able to survive just by the amount of sheer damage he's dishing out, and Not Asleep can actually turn this around. 4v5, they have the numbers advantage, they have the healing. Can they find the engage once again?
This is the beginning of the end for Oda here. Not Asleep can make their own fights now. They're starting fights on the Oda squad. This is do or die.
Now it is the late game from Not Asleep that is definitely grabbing the overhand, is definitely grabbing the attention from Oda when they keep on pushing. They have the Azir alive, and this is a point in time where you have to ask the question, do you need to back with these 3 members, or do you just keep on going and take over more terrain?
I mean, at this point, the Aphelios is so strong, but the entirety of Not Asleep are at their apex now. They're as strong as they're going to get, which is a lot stronger than Oda. They can make their own fights, they can go in, they'll get the execute, or at least they're looking to try and get the execute on the Aphelios, because apparently they've got some money to spend, and what could likely be the last push of the game coming up once that Aphelios respawns.
And one of these 2 teams will definitely make it. Remember, Oda, look at the minimap, still has an inhibitor available. Not Asleep, very much defending, although they do have an Azir they can stall a little bit longer.
Last time we saw Oda having to use their pick tools, the arrow and the Hextech Ultimatum defensively. This time around, they'll be looking to try and make the pick off of a member of Not Asleep early on, because we've already seen Oda can't keep their minions in the field for any amount of time. Not Asleep's wave clear is too good. Here comes the play.
The play trying to get that Syndra off, it looked good, but Aphelios was just not in range, or just not wanting to risk being blown up by a Syndra. That is very much something that Not Asleep needs to be taken into account.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I thought the moment had come there, but for every moment that passes for Not Asleep in a game where we've got only 200 gold separating the 2 teams, we can see that so much of Not Asleep's goal is on their single main carry Aphelios. So while it's even between the teams overall, in terms of raw efficacy, Not Asleep are way ahead.
Yeah, Not Asleep needs to keep that Aphelios alive, and then they'll just win the fight. And even if the game drags on longer, imagine if Aphelios goes down. After a while, you're going to have an Azir who is doing exactly the same as the Aphelios, dishing out so much damage, doing so much DPS, that Oda has just... I mean, they're a need to turtle. They need to find a pick. Or they need to make sure they do not get engaged on. Moonlight Vigil will take 1 kill.
Emirai and the rest of Not Asleep, they are the ones who are making picks now. Oda... You know, they are in absolute desperation territory now. The time of their early dominance is very firmly over, but not asleep. All they need to do is just roll out the rest of the game without making a big mistake, because they're still down to 2 Nexus Towers, but now so are Otter.
Not Sleep took it slow but steady, and look at the amount of damage these Aphelios can dish out. Remember, they have the long range, they have the engage, they have the heals, and they have the shields, as you can clearly see.
One thing that Otter is missing is that their Ashe is not remotely as strong as the Aphelios is. I believe only 2 or 3 kills on the Ashe so far, compared to the ludicrously strong amount of Aphelios damage that's going to be pouring out. That will remain a problem for the rest of this first game, and we're barely started in the finals. This first game has delivered.
Oh, there's another casket being thrown down, Flash being forced on the Ashe. Null Sleep is definitely looking towards an engage. You're looking towards any kind of pick they can muster, because if they can get somebody out, if they can find one pick, then you have the number advantage. Here comes the crystalline arrow, alongside with even more engaged. Exit ultimate being used. Emperor's Divide. The Wish comes out as well. Gragas is still very much alive, but look at the Moonlight Vigil. Look at the damage from the Aphelios, and the Azir as well. Triple kill. Not Asleep wants to advance. Not Asleep finds the Young Core, finds the pillar, and here is the Soraka also getting taken down. Only the Syndra remaining, and she gets engaged on. Will this Gragas survive? There's the ability from Aphelios connecting, and there's a clean ace for Not Asleep, and most likely the first game in the final.
This is the first time we're getting to see for ourselves the other side of this composition conundrum. Is it early game or is it late game? Not Asleep. They give us an 18-minute game 1 of the Grand Finals to say they can play the opposite style, they can run out the clock and guarantee themselves the win.
And by running out that clock, they have, as you said, shown that there's a difference in playstyle, that they can pivot towards doing something else. And by doing that, it's amazing because they know their game plan, and know their win condition. They were pushing onto the Nexus turret. Great. Oh, you think you're Oda? Yeah, it's happening. We're onto that Nexus turret. It's almost down. And another Sleep says, nah. We know we can win. We know this composition will do better in a couple of minutes. So as long as we don't lose this turret, this game should be in the bag.
I can understand why people don't want to run the team fight composition, though. Just because you imagine how nerve-wracking it's got to be to say, can we get over that 15-minute hump of getting our carries online? Because we are going to get absolutely beaten down until that point. We can't win straight fights until that happens. And in so many of the games we've seen in the tournament up until this point, we've not seen the late game at all. It's just been done and dusted, oftentimes by 10 minutes. Certainly not 15.
Yeah, and this is actually what we were kind of expecting. But we were expecting it sooner. When you see in all sorts of best of fives, when the stakes are higher, for example, in finals in ERLs or in other competitions, that is when in League of Legends the game starts to drag on a little bit more, because some of these teams, they don't want to risk it over a single play anymore because they know what's at stake. And this is something we saw happening in the finals, but didn't see happening in the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, we were hoping the teams had some pretty deep bags of tricks here. But this does, what this is going to mean for the games going forward is whichever team decides to go for the early game poke composition, they're going to have to double down even further in making sure the game does end quickly, which means they're going to have to play more aggressively, more risky. And that does open the door for actually having the other team manage to make punishes and therefore use that aggression against the aggressors.
Yeah, it's how do you turn that? How do you make a disadvantage into advantage? If you're expecting to be continuously engaged on, well, something like a Galio is available. That is very much I will shut down your aggression. Something like a Veigar is perfect against such a comp because you shut down the aggression, because you have the cage, but you also scale extraordinarily well. And the longer Veigar is, and Veigar, a case can be made about Veigar where people say, a lot of people focus too much on the infinite scaling Veigar has. You don't even need that with Veigar because you already have so much damage. That is true. But in this tournament, where the game keeps dragging on, suddenly when you have 300 extra AP, that's a massive difference. That's a difference where you just need one ability to kill an Aphelios.
I think the connective tissue between the picture pointing out there was you've got picks that can let you make really strong plays around your own towers. That's how the scaling composition really stays alive, is because they've got to be able to win fights around their towers, or at least draw those fights to be even. So Galio, Vega, they're both able to create great crowd control around those points of strength for the team and stall out the game for longer.
Okay, the Kiana once again being banned away by Not to Sleep. They do not want to deal with it. And Oda still sticking with the cinched ban Morgana, obviously, for... That's the thing, right? Because you ban away the Kiana, but it also leaves such strong power picks available. We're still thinking of some of these Enchanter supports that are apparently not as high on the pick ban priority as I would suspect.
Yeah, and also, we've got the picks that the enchanters would be enabling. The Varus. We're not expecting Not Asleep to be banning it away. We're expecting Oda, because otherwise Not Asleep get to first pick it if they want to go down that route.
Yeah, the Aurelia one also champion that we know can pop off, has that mobility, has the gap closer, which you need. And gap closers is important because if you're up against a range composition, if you're up against something with some poke, you want to deny gap closers. So something I might see happen is where you have poke, but you take the Poppy alongside with it, because the Poppy is an engage, but also disengage. And that is very important with a lot of people who have those gap closer abilities.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, especially if you can pick it late on and guarantee you've got a lot of strong abilities to cancel out. Syndra will be the first priority for Not Asleep, though. We did see there's a tremendous amount of crowd control that Scatter the Weak, and following up with the big ult damage as well. So again, like with the Poppy, a lot of variability there. But Oda, they're going to go for what we know is strong. That Seraphine is first priority for them.
Oh, and I think this is very much a double down, because Oda has picked up both of the most enchanter healing supports you can imagine. Here it's Soraka and Seraphine, and also taking it away from Not Asleep. There was one issue, however, and that is that Sona was still available, meaning that it's fine if you take away these two champions. It's very much Not Asleep saying, once again, we have that late game Aphelios. You might have so much healing done, but Aphelios can just shred through that in the late game.
Well, one thing we are seeing here that's new is Miss Fortune. We were talking about her before in day one as a pick we really wanted to see because of how strong she can be, in team fights and providing poke at the same time. So I think this makes a lot of sense from Oda that they're going to go for maximum power, because it's looking like we're setting up for the same situations before. Not Asleep scaling up, Oda looking for the big hits early on.
This is a mess. I'm missing something with the MF combination. I'm missing something that enables that ultimate. So you want something to lock down Aphelios. Maybe the Camille once again alongside others wouldn't be a bad pickup. And honestly, bans away the Rel. This is a very good ban, because Rel is exactly what you need with Misfortune right now.
Oh yeah, I mean, Rel is super, super strong. So absolutely. It's the setup for the Curse of the Sad Bullet Timers, of course, the classic with a Mumu. So Oda could go for that here. It certainly would allow them to get the big AoE stunner, follow that up with the Misfortune ultimate. But that's certainly the most obvious of picks. Let's see if they've got something else in mind.
And the Ornn is locked down. It's engaged, but it's not really locked down in my regard. It also means that the only point of damage you really have along other sides is that Misfortune. So I'm wondering what they're going to do with this final pick, if they're deciding we need even more damage, or we need again that lockdown and revolving our entire comp around Misfortune. And Not Asleep. Here's that Braum you were asking for, counterfeit.
Oh my gosh, we get to see the Poros with little mustaches. Absolutely fantastic stuff. But hey, it does also provide a lot of good crowd control as well.
And the Top Catch is an interesting addition as well, opting in for a lot of frontline and some annoyance alongside of Not Asleep. So Not Asleep has definitely drafted a let's protect the Aphelios composition here, which I like. But with the Syndra being we can burst as well. I mean, we can even burst somebody, a single support down. The Yasuo I like from Oda, because now you don't 100% need to draft around this Misfortune.
Yeah, so the secondary damage source. And we've seen the Yasuo coming in through before without too much in the way of knockup support, but that call of the Forge God is absolutely fantastic. But essentially, now we've got the full pitch for the compositions here. We've got a lot of defensive tools on both sides to enable their major carries.
It is going to come down to how these ultimates being utilized, and it is very much both of these teams have drafted a not super difficult to execute mechanical composition, but it's very important. It is detrimental to how you execute this comp, and it's an all or nothing comp from both teams. It's we go in and we win the team fight. Although Not Asleep has that double support, has a lot more healing in their kit.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's, they're going to be able to make use of the short. I guess we're Not Asleep. We've got Sona, we've got Braum, we've got Tam Kench, who I guess is now arguably less of a support than he was before, since the Devour is now an ultimate rather than a regular ability. But that's still, that's a lot of beef to put in the way of any potential aggression onto the Aphelios. A lot of defensive tools to keep the Aphelios alive, and we've seen even when those tools aren't there, the Aphelios can be an absolute menace. With them, I suspect Not Asleep will have a very strong showing from their AD carry.
And while we wait to load into the next game, you know what time it is, Counterfeit? It is time for some more Did You Knows.
Gosh, I can't even imagine where it's going to come from this time.
Okay, this one is also true. I do fact check every time. This one is also true. The first ever item sold on eBay was a broken laser pointer. It was a broken item. It was sold for $14.83, and the buyer 100% knew it was a broken laser pointer, and which basically had no value. The only value it had was it was the first ever sold item on eBay, apparently. So I don't know why you would do this, but yeah, once again, it's something that happened.
Wow. I can only imagine where that laser pointer has been ever since then.
And before we jump to the game, I think we can also do something else, Counterfeit. Do you want to set this one up?
Well, of course. The thing which we can do with working laser pointers is find our way towards a mystery to solve. So before we get into the second game of the grand finals, let's solve a mystery together, friends. Let's see who's that champion.
Who's that champion?
This is very scary. It's very much
Oh my gosh,
scary.
They look very furry on the top half. I'm thinking it might be a Muppet of some kind.
It's very very much out there, this particular design, this particular silhouette. And definitely the stuff of dreams. I'm not gonna spoil it just yet, but man.
Is it Gragas? Is this one Gragas?
It's not Gragas. It's not Gragas on the diet. It might be Yordle. You never know. It might be a very scary Yordle.
It's Fiddlesticks!
Ah, that guy isn't that. That guy's covered in feathers. That's throwing off the silhouette real bad. Pfft. What a rip. What a rip.
What a rip indeed. And I like these Who's That Champions. I think the production team has prepared more than 10. I know that. I don't think they prepared more than 20. And I don't know why I keep talking about it, because I honestly myself have lost count how many we've done already.
I think that will be it for us for now. So we can hop back to talking a little bit more about what Oda are going to be bringing out for game 2. So we've got a chance to get a little bit more in depth about our expectations for this Miss Fortune pick. So again, this is going to be, I believe, at least from what we've seen, a tournament first. A very popular mastery on the Howling Abyss is Dark Harvest. And Miss Fortune is one of the best Dark Harvest users because she's got the AoE, she's got the damage to be able to get, potentially more than one proc of Dark Harvest in any given team fight. Also,
don't forget with this Miss Fortune, there is no guarantee that there's an 80 Miss Fortune. Because this might be an AP Miss Fortune as well. Remember that, because that E ability scales extraordinarily well. If you take something alongside the Leandry's Torment, it has a long range. It scales well. The cooldown isn't that high, and because you have extra mana regen, you don't need to worry about it. Also, I think that was removed. I'm 90% sure it was removed, not 100%, but I don't think Miss Fortune scales with her ultimate scales with AP anymore. Actually, I'm going to look it up to be 100% sure because it is very important in this game.
I'm having a look up on that one as well. So it looks like Misfortune does still have the AP scaling built in. It's not tremendous. But
It is 100%
AP
nerfed then, yeah.
Yeah, I think at some point it was, the best thing. Certainly, you're right. Make It Rain, her E, is the main part where you're going to be getting the extra magic damage. The ultimate gets a little bit of AP scaling, as does the double up shot, which we'll be seeing and talking about an awful lot during this game, because the double up, anytime you shoot something and then that thing dies, the ricochet shot does an absolute ton of damage behind it.
Yeah.
So for Not Asleep, if they get caught by even a couple of those, the champion that gets hit is basically out of the lane.
And with the ultimate, this is still a little bit tier crafting and still a little bit of guesswork. But don't forget, with the ultimate, yes, the AP scaling, it's 20%. It's not that high. But the base damage is already quite high on Misfortune's ultimate. And don't forget, it's a long ultimate, meaning it takes a long time. And that's perfect for when you're going for like a tick down build, like a dot build. What I mean by that is you have a Leandry's Stormont, you have something like a like other things as well that can do damage over time as soon as you hit an ability. And that is great for a Misfortune ultimate when you're building AP.
Well, to kind of expand on some of the topics around Misfortune in this game, for Not Asleep, while they do have some amount of crowd control, they don't have the ability to reach out very long distance and deal with the Misfortune ulting, with one exception. If you want to go really extreme, which is that Tam Kench can make the dive into the backline to disrupt the ultimate. It does mean that Tam Kench is probably going to die doing so. But other than that, Not Asleep don't have a great way of stopping that bullet time from tearing their team up.
Well, I mean, yes, I agree Tahm Kench might die, but remember how tanky Tahm Kench is right now? It's still up for grabs. I 100% agree. It's sort of a sacrificial lamb you're sacrificing, but it does not mean it's a guarantee that Tahm Kench will die, because he can also just be so annoying. And because there are two members realistically in Not Asleep's team composition that do damage, the Misfortune and the SO, if you annoy one of them long enough to not do anything in a team fight, you basically won the team fight.
Yeah, we talked a little bit before about how the damage ends up being splitting, because of course both these teams here, to a greater or lesser extent, we've basically got two damage dealers. We've got Syndra and Aphelios for Not Asleep, and Misfortune and Yasuo for Oda. So, of course, the reason you normally would try and split across the damage types and maybe go for the AP Misfortune is that you're worried about having potentially the Tahm Kench from Not Asleep just stack armor and then be more or less immune along with Braum to most of your team's damage.
It's very much a case. While we are still waiting to head into this game, just a quick reminder to everybody here, it is the grand final here at Trovo Titans, meaning one of these teams will get that €900 cash prize in, and one of these teams is very, very close to getting into being the winner in this final. I think if I'm not mistaken here, it was Not Asleep who got the first game in the best of 5 series.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
We're back onto the Howling Abyss for that second game. Exodus, this is what we'd hope for. These are two really well-matched teams with each other, and hopefully we're in for a banger of a second game as well.
I like the slow-mo shot. It's very much a we're in the Matrix kind of feel.
Oh, for sure. It makes a big difference. I mean, thanks, of course, going out to the production crew today, doing a fantastic job of giving us the best possible view of our grand finals as both these teams go face-to-face immediately.
Not Asleep immediately knowing that they have that tankiness with the Tahm Kench, and they have the Winter's Bite, that's the Braum passive, who already gives you an advantage, and they immediately went for the Brush. And I gotta say, I think it kind of paid off, even though both of these teams have a lot of healing built into their team composition.
I mean, you've got to favour Honor when it comes to this kind of, heavy trading style, just because they've got 2 healers to 1. So while Not Asleep, they've got some ability to shrug off damage with Tahm Kench's thick skin, ultimately, Honor should be able to make their damage stick that much more.
And I do believe Ada has more of engage potential than Not Asleep has, purely because you have that Ornn, purely because you have that Encore. Those are two massively impactful abilities to engage with, and Not Asleep less so. Yes, you have the Crescendo, which at this point, let's be fair, is a watered down Encore.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's definitely one of the big identifiers as why they're so similar as champions. Before we get into the main part of the fight, which may be never, that we get out of fighting at least, is I think this time round, Oda, they much more feel like they're playing a very similar composition to Not Asleep. Neither of these teams has got a ton of engage, but of course the Tahm Kench can be the difference maker.
Oh, you immediately take down the Soraka. That's massive for Not Asleep as they try and finish out this fight. A lot of flashes being forced. You have the Philios. There's the Winter's Bite. Still on the Ornn, gets shields from the Seraphine, but is it enough though? Not Asleep, they are definitely again on the aggressive this time.
Yeah, it worked extremely well, that Abyssal Voyage. So anyone who's not been playing Tahm Kench for a while may not realize, though they especially should know if they're a top laner, Abyssal Voyage now a basic ability. That knock-up, especially when the Tahm Kench does it from the brush and you don't see it coming until the last second, it's so hard to avoid.
Yeah, it's also they also adjusted Riot, I should rather say, adjusted the travel time. Meaning you can actually, it's not as telegraphed as it used to be, meaning it's actually a tool to engage, or it's actually a gap closer, where it's difficult or more difficult to dodge the engage, much like this engage. Beautiful roots, beautiful CC coming down from Oda, but can you still win this fight? A lot of members low from Not Asleep. Well, look at the Photos, he has the Shackles available, he's doing so much flashes forward, trying to get the kill on the MF, and gets the kill on the MF before she reaches level 6. And Oda in a 5-1 scenario at the moment.
And this illustrates so well the difference between an Aphelios and a Misfortune. Misfortune can do tons of damage, but not to a single target. Whereas Aphelios can just pull all of their damage in. So 1v1, it's not even a contest.
So they take down this third, and these are the creative resets we've been talking about. There is a 1k gold lead for Not Asleep, which having a gold lead in ARAM is something you need to talk about, because it's not always the case. We did see last time that even when these teams were massively dispersed in kills, the gold was still fairly even because of that passive gold generation.
That's true. That's a big part of the income, and you can see there that a lot of the champions, even being nearby to the minions, are also getting some gold, even if they don't get that minion itself. So we're still very even, but coming out of this first 4 minutes, we see the Syndra for Not Asleep with 4 kills, Yasuo for Oda, and neither of these AD carries with too much in the way of actual kills as of yet. A lot of assists for the Aphelios, but still to find more than one of their own.
Yeah, Oda very much driven on the backside here. An engagement or beautiful 3-man knock-up alongside with the rest of the wombo combo. Bullet time did so much on it, and Yasuo is still engaging. There's a Winter's Bite trying to stall the Yasuo out. Abyssal Voyage being used. Maybe you can save the Sona. She's being devoured, but is she able to find safety? Massive shield, but there once again the Ornn with the Brittle. It's enough to finish off the Sona, and only the Tahm Kench remaining. Beautiful turnaround from Oda here.
That is so ridiculously good, and it shows what a coordinated team can do when you put these picks together. Misfortune very happy to die at this point, picks up another kill before going back to the fountain, which means they'll be coming back with, gosh, probably a whole extra completed item.
Yeah, gold-wise, it's been difference has been fairly even right now, but do keep in mind that because Oda can kind of stall these waves out, they have time for the rest of their team members to reset, meaning this turret is not under such danger as it was before.
And from this point onwards, for Not Asleep, you can see the ruins of the tower right now. That was such a nice setup from Oda before. Normally you can kind of see when the Ornn's going to come charging forwards, because he'll put his pillar down just ahead to be able to charge into. But when you've got the terrain in the middle of the opposing team, like that ruined tower, you can make the surprise charge to set up for the big team-wide play.
Not Asleep still maybe trying to look for that engage, although they need to be careful because Oda, as we all know, Oda can always turn it around at a last minute's notice.
It's very dangerous territory, at least when on asleep. Now having suffered that big loss of the team fight before, they're playing very aware that if Otter don't get the drop on an Otter Sleep squad, if they don't pull off a surprise again, that misfortune, hopefully, if you're not asleep, won't be able to get a perfect ultimate off.
And these waves are being fantastically cleared by Otter. And it's very much Not Asleep's job to look for something else, because this way you're just stalling out the game. And is stalling out the game better for Otter or for Not Asleep?
I have to think for Not Asleep, ultimately, it's going to be better for them if the game goes long. Because, I mean, the misfortune is good, no doubt about it, but all these moments which are passing right now where Not Asleep are not getting altered are really wastes of potential for this composition that Otter have got. You know, they can totally take over a team fight and destroy it from level 6 onwards. For Not Asleep, if anything, now they've got their first tower down, I could definitely see them just holding back and saying, okay, we don't want to fight you because we're afraid of just getting bullet timed again.
Yeah, that's very much that's a real concern, and Not Asleep can just bide their time, saying we'll play it again with the late game Aphelios hyper carry build. But remember that Otter this time has an Ornn as well. Ornn makes you scale better into the late game, but there's one thing you need to remember. You're probably going to use those ornaments, those upgraded masterwork items, on people like Soraka and Seraphine as well, and those are less effective, I must add.
That's true, especially if you're not necessarily got the best scaling. I was having a quick look in to see with the Aphelios versus the Misfortune, just kind of how their win rate compares to game length. And for Aphelios, his win rate is really bad until you get later on. Whereas for Misfortune, it's much more that she's kind of got a more natural curve of building up to stronger earlier. So that seems to fit with this idea that for Not Asleep, they'll be happy if they can get towers now, but I don't think they want to put themselves in a position where they could potentially get taken out.
I think we're still waiting for a small pause to be, for the game to be unpaused between Not Asleep and Otter. If you're just joining us, once again, remember this is the grand final, and Not Asleep is from 2 wins removed from being our winner here. There we go, the game has resumed.
Alright, so just a pause for dramatic effect. Otter, there's nothing dramatic about them just wave clearing away. As I said, I think, based on the setups we've got here, for Not Asleep, they are okay with this. They'd love to be able to get in and get some damage down on the tower, but the wave clear is just too good for Otter to allow that to happen in any serious fashion.
Oh, maybe potential engage here. It is on the Tom Kench. He's taking a lot of damage though. And now you can start wondering if you might have wanted to pick that AP Misfortune, or if you wanted to have picked a little bit more poke in your team composition, if this is the way Not Asleep is going to play.
Well, one thing I wanted to put out there at the beginning of what could have been a team fight for Otter is that Scatter the Weak did manage to get enough distance from the Syndra, as here comes the fight.
Yeah, the Encore alongside with the Call of the Forge God finds 1 kill in the Braum. There's the cleanse, here's the bullet time, immediately being interrupted by the Tom Kench's Whistle Voyage. Now remember, only one person is down alongside Not Asleep. Ultimates have been used, but it's definitely not over yet. No Moonlight Vigil, engage on to the Syndra from Not Asleep, but Aphelios still very much alive. Knockups from the Ornn, tankiness enough maybe for Otter to push and dive into the third. Although Yasuo is so low, it will not be picked up. Initial Voyage being used, but that's more members into the meat grinder, into the fray. When then finally the Yasuo does picked up. Now you have the Aphelios who wants to be at hyper carry. Once again, another point of CC. How much can this Aphelios survive for? Well, just enough to dish out so much damage. Eventually, is a Misfortune though, who is so deep in enemy territory that this turret can be considered Otter territory.
Yeah, I think I really like this from Otter. They've realized that they are the aggro in this matchup. They're the team that needs to get the win earlier, so they need to start getting objectives before Not Asleep are able to scale up. The normal kind of timings it would take for an Aphelios to come online, of course, famously 200 years, is a lot shorter when there's a lot more kills going around and a lot more kill gold.
And I wonder if we could see how the gold is divided this particular game, because that is very interesting. Once again, I wouldn't be surprised if Philo's gotten most of that gold, because it's exactly what Not Asleep wants. Not Asleep wants to have all of their gold potentially funneled into that Aphelios.
Yeah, well, let's see if we can get that scoreboard back in a second, because we've had so much team fighting, we barely had a chance to get it up on the screen. But we can certainly see from the very top that we've got very even gold between the two teams. But we also know from the previous game that major gold total can be a little deceptive, because you can't tell exactly how much of it is on each character.
Still level 10, meaning that those ornament items are... Are they seriously freezing here? Yeah, they are. Okay, why would you freeze here? Serious. What's the idea behind it? Do you want to make sure that you're level 11, that all of your team members are 11 and the enemy is not?
There is still a couple of level 10s over on Not Asleep, so that could be a real concern. I mean, this is the time for Otter to take the fight if they can, but setting up to get a successful Misfortune ult off, that's all Otter care about.
Yeah, and something other, or something that caught my eye rather, was the fact that Other realized, okay, there's an Aphelios, so they went with double exhaust, which is really smart, but Not Asleep also did the same thing. So running exhaust and cleanses in this particular game is very good here. So here's the ultimate engages once again, called the Forge Gods alongside with the Encore. Bullet time, not really connecting with a lot of people. Braum blocking a lot of it. Glacial Fisher not being able to save that Braum, meaning it's a 4v5, but has Otter found a weakness in Not Asleep's team?
I mean, right now, Otter, they've shown that despite Not Asleep having a really strong front line, you pour enough damage in and something's got to give. This time, it was the Braum. Not Asleep, they're going to try and make the play back and try and steal a kill away.
This is very much still a 4v5 fight. Flashes are being used to get onto that Aphelios. Still not happening as of yet. Health bars are being kept up by Otter because of that double support. You can see it. Not Asleep has the Sona, but they cannot heal as fast as Otter can.
And we were talking about the summoners before, the exhausts that were in here across the both squads. We are low on summoners for both parts. Both AD carries have got their cleanses and their flashes as well. I believe there's only one exhaust and it belongs to Otter.
Scatter the Weak, that wind wall is throwing so much dust into the food and into the plans of Not Asleep. Not Asleep apparently still wants to keep going. Look how low the Soraka is. They found the Devour on the Seraphine. Immediately gets bursted. This might be Not Asleep's chance to push this turret down.
Yeah, level 9, ARAM goes in, steals away the kill. Beautiful Tam Kench play. Not Asleep, I think they could even get an inhibitor.
Yeah, this is the status quo being broken down by Not Asleep. They found the team fight they were looking for. They found the engage they were looking for. And now with the inhibitor being taken down, they might find more.
Oh boy, yeah, the Aphelios is apparently good enough. And then we see how quickly the Misfortune gets dealt with. She drops her ult. The Encore is great. Otter can hold on.
Otter can hold on. This is a point in time where the Aphelios is starting to dish out a lot of damage. And Otter is struggling even more. There comes the Call of the Forge God, a knock up on the Aphelios. He might die. Oh, but two members are being knocked up in the backline. Well done from Otter, and they get the ace. And now they can push, but can he counter push up onto the inhibitor?
I think this does illustrate really well as well that a lot of the pressure is going to be put onto Admire's Yasuo at this point, because we've seen Misfortune, even with only 2 ways for Not Asleep to cancel out the ultimate, they are consistently making a priority that bullet time is always cancelled, be it by Scatter of the Weak, be it by bringing the Tam Kench in with Abyssal Voyage. Misfortune gets a full channel off, and the fight's always going to go to Otter.
It's actually 3 ways, because something I forgot about is the Braum being able to cancel an ultimate so effectively, cancelling the bullet time so effectively. Abyssal Voyage being used. They find the Soraka, and that is big, because she is blown up, blown to smithereens. Sona's still alive. Aphelios is able to free it. Can he free it for longer? Aphelios being not knocked up, but there is the Devour on the Yasuo. Encore does not connect. Only the Seraphine remaining, and this is very much Not Asleep looking towards going to match point.
This has been absolutely brutal, but the 200 years are over. Officially Not Asleep. They have grown strong enough to realize their greater team long game potential. We're just shy of 15 minutes. They're smashing it down the Nexus Towers. One more Forge Call comes, gets eaten by the Unbreakable Shield. One of the reasons why Braum is so incredibly hard to deal with.
Bullet time is being used, but the Nexus is open. 5 members are now alive from Oda. Can Aphelios get on this Nexus? Can Oda defend for long enough? The knockups are being done. I don't think Not Asleep has it just yet. And Oda comes back. And Not Asleep was pushing into the enemy base without minions, and it just took them too long.
The only reprieve here for Not Asleep is that the towers, in the most part, are still up. The Yasuo almost getting killed, but has got the heal behind them. It's now down to Sammy to try and buy as much time for the rest of the team to respawn. They will be coming in soon. So Oda having to fight back against Super Minions and all the way from their own base. They won't actually make that much ground even after winning the team fight.
No, the advance is slow, and I would say too slow for Oda when Not Asleep is trying to push in. For the people who are just joining, it's not a 2, it's a 1 for Not Asleep. They've won 1 game in this best of 5, but it was so close right now that we don't know for sure. Look at the gold. It is fairly evenly distributed alongside Not Asleep, but it's actually the Syndra who has more gold lining her pockets than the Aphelios.
Here comes one more play from Not Asleep. They're back up at full strength, and they're looking terrifying.
This Tahm Kench is tanking so much. The bullet time forces a lot of flashes and forces the Sona into an early grave. However, the Aphelios is still alive. So is the Syndra, and it's a 3v4 at the moment. Oda has an open nexus. Can Not Asleep push in? The minions are being cleared. Brahms jumping into the fray, and there's a Yasuo. He's trying to survive in the wind wall, but it is definitely the Aphelios who takes him down. There's the ace coming out from Not Asleep, and there's the second game. 1 win removed from winning the tournament is Not Asleep.
Wow, what a game for our finals, and even if this does end up going to being a 3-0, we've seen some truly fantastic League of Legends here on the Howling Abyss. That game was amazing.
That game was really something. It was very much a grab on and hold on for the rest of the ride. But it was so cool to see how both of these teams were. There was never a point in time where, okay, there was this one team, Not Asleep, who was doing better, but it's not like it was a stomp. They could have been killed any point in the game. And I'm not going to call this and say, okay, Not Asleep has this in the bag. You might 100% see reverse sweep coming out.
Yeah, that's still very much on the table. I mean, I think what we've now seen is 2 comps that look towards the later game and 2 wins for those comps. So the meta compared to the rest of the tournament has very distinctly shifted from poke comps, from early game victories being everything, to now it might actually be a race to see who can have the biggest scaling composition to try and make sure that they can leapfrog the opposing team in these much, much longer games.
And surely you must wonder, when you're Oda here, do we ban the Aphelios or do we let it slide? Yes, the Syndra is also massively impactful, as we saw from the gold share and probably the damage share, but that the Aphelios is it too much to handle?
It's really tricky, isn't it? Because we were expecting to see Varus be, the big thing coming in here, but I think it's because these poke compositions are dropping off in efficacy. I mean, you take, for example, some of that late game we saw there. That Tahm Kench eventually was effectively invincible to Misfortune because they could just soak up so much damage. And it wasn't helped, of course, that we were seeing a fully AD composition. And, that meant that once the armor came in, the AD carriers just couldn't touch the tanks anymore.
No, it's exactly that. It's the tanks who are just being too obnoxious, who are just, posturing too aggressively towards the enemy support, enemy AD carries. And Yasuo has the option to just dash in. He has mobility because of his dash, but Misfortune definitely does not. Yes, she has a strut, which gives her more movement speed, but as soon as she gets hit, it's no longer strutting, and it's very much tiptoeing away from a potential Tahm Kench devour.
I think if we were going to see that Misfortune coming through again, I very much like to see it coming out as maybe a last pick for a team composition when they knew there weren't there weren't a couple of different ways or even 3 ways of cancelling out the ultimate because, a full channel was really good, but a lot of the time it was just getting cancelled out way too early. So I'd much, all things being equal, I'd much prefer to see maybe a shift to not just a more standard AD carry like maybe an Ezreal, but something like Ezreal that can also look after itself rather than being quite as vulnerable as Misfortune is.
It's the Misfortune composition, as you said, you have 2 ways of interrupting it, but then you also have the Braum. So yeah, I 100% agree with the fact where you kind of need to pick it up later into the game, later into the pick and ban. It's not a bad comp, but it can be countered efficiently in a Howling Abyss mode. Now, there are other of these picks that we're discussing and might see a resurgence, something like a Karthus still, or something like the Senna that might come back. I know maybe I'm a little bit too much fan of a Senna in ARAM, and I'm overestimating her, but there are a lot of champions who have not really been picked up or are still high upon that priority ladder.
Well, one place we might see that happen is because as much as we're talking about, this is the escalation of how late can you make your team be in the game. If we go too far in that direction, we kind of come around to the other side where suddenly it's actually the right move to choose a really early game composition, which is able to win the game before the other team comes online. So that's going to be something we'll be very much looking out for in the next game to see where the teams are orienting themselves, particularly if they can kind of keep their early picks a little ambiguous so that you don't know if you're going for very early or very late.
And there are loads of champions who fulfill that role. I think Set is one of those who would be able to say, look, we're early, we're very dive heavy, and I just bring out so much damage in that early game that's going to be difficult for you to deal with. But it's also dive composition with Set. I think fairly standard bans so far, even though Not Asleep still does not want to fight against the comfort that Oda can bring with that Kiana.
All right, so I'm definitely looking out closely. I think we're seeing almost exactly the same bands as before. Let's see. So, the Aurelia is the one which is jumping out at me as being not part of this particular pick and ban. So, could very much be picked up by Oda if they want to try and mix things up for Game 3.
And I was just about to say, the fact that Oda has banned the Syndra here means they have left open the Aphelios. Maybe this is Not Asleep forcing Oda into picking this Aphelios and they have an answer prepared. I certainly hope it for them because they're 1 win removed from becoming the champion. So you must surely know that if you give away the Aphelios, what is your answer to it?
Well, I'm not sure if there's necessarily a ton of direct answers to saying, we can go later on. The Ornn, you talked about before with the ornaments, that does give you that late game potential, as well as some massive engage and tankiness as well. But for Not Asleep, they might be the ones put into the awkward position here of having to try and either out Aphelios the Aphelios, or go the entire opposite way like we were talking about, and look for the early game.
There are other hyper carries available. Something like Jinx is something we've seen with varying degrees of success, but it does contain a hyper carry in there. So you can consider that. The Zilean pick is not something we've seen, and Zilean is a champion that does really well on ARAM. Don't forget, with that ultimate, you do have a lower cooldown.
Yeah, that's really, really nice. That's a guaranteed Aphelios Resurrection. Being able to give up one of your picks to give your hyper carry basically a free item is amazing, but the Jinx will come in as a response. We haven't seen the best of successes with Jinx so far, though she should theoretically be good. I think it's just going to take a good setup from Not Asleep. Maybe, get some early kills and get the Jinx to get her passive off and start rolling early on.
The Malphite, and this time Tahm Kench as well being picked away here, being banned away. I think Oda realized the strong suit of this Tahm Kench and is just, I am too much of a tank. I have engaged potential, but with that tough skin, I think it's called tough skin, it's not, he's just able to survive so much. And also, if you ever get onto a Jinx, the fact that you can disrupt her for 4 to 5 seconds is enough to disrupt the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be so important, keeping that Jinx alive, healthy, and getting kills, release takedowns. So Gragas comes in to provide more disruption. A good, beefy front line for Not Asleep. But yeah, for the other side of things, I think they've been reading what's been working so well so far. if they do lock in this Soraka, that's 3 different pieces to enable the Aphelios.
And if Ada locks in 2 champions who are there to protect the Aphelios, then you need to wonder, do you lock in an assassin? Because it's not something we've seen it once. I think we've seen Zed played once in the Trovo tournament here today and yesterday. But you're playing up against a Zillion, so it very much might be Ada saying, because we locked in the Zillion, we want to keep our Aphelios alive at all costs.
So we have got secondary carry coming in. It will be a full AD team composition for Otto, at least in terms of their carries. So Viego has got that reset power we know is extremely strong. From Not Asleep, it does feel more and more like they need to get the early game rolling. So they've only got one more pick to enable that to happen.
I would argue that yes, it's very much a full AD comp. It kind of depends on what the Zillion is building. If Zillion will be building some more AP, there is AP you need to take into consideration. But Not Asleep has also opted for their own AP carry, and it is the Azir. Now, very much, again, Not Asleep saying we are banking on late game. And even though Ada has the Aphelios, am I correct in my assumption that saying with the Jinx and Azir and an Ornn, Not Asleep once again is looking for the long haul?
The thing is, I'm not convinced that they are. I could be completely wrong on this one, but from what we've seen from Jinx so far, we're not in a situation where we've got very different situations here for the 2 hyper carries. On one side for Oda, we've got multiple different supports. Even though they might be, as I said, in Zillion's case, be building more aggressively, they're still ultimately there to support the Aphelios and make them absolutely huge. From Not Asleep side of things, we've got Disruption, we've got Team Fight, we've got Crowd Control. This is a team that's supposed to win hard and get the snowball rolling from where I'm sitting, because they don't have the ability to make sure that Jinx stays alive long term.
I tend to agree. Even so, from my perspective, I see 2 teams who, on paper, look to want to do the same thing. Okay, so you have 2 hyper carry AD carries, Aphelios, Jinx. You have 2 other carries who can kind of jump in, Viego and Azir. And then you have engaged potential and setup potential. But for Ada, it's very much a we stall. It's very much our supports are here to protect. While for Not Asleep, it's kind of the opposite, where our supports or our tanks are here to engage and to make sure that we get that snowball going. And Not Asleep is kind of relying more that the Jinx can protect and the Azir can protect themselves, while Oda says, no, we do have an entire ambulance waiting for you whenever you get a small little boo-boo.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty amazing when we do see Not Asleep coming in. I mean, you combo all those ultimates together, pretty much everybody has got some form of AoE and disruption there. I mean, you put together the Encore, you put together the Forge God, you put together the Azir, doing the Emperor's Divide as well. You can control a small area and completely disrupt everything that's going on there. So I think once we hit level 6 for Not Asleep, I really want to see them try and go off as hard as possible, snowball the game, and make sure that Aphelios never comes online as the monster that they threaten to be.
And that's important, the monster that they threaten to be. Because even though Jinx is a massive hyper carry, it is still that 200 years. It is still very much that Aphelios who can literally turn it all around, who can actually make sure that, hey, I will outscale you, I will outdamage you. You're an Ornn. Okay, you should full build be able to tank it all, not against the 5-item Aphelios. And yes, a Jinx might be able to deal with it, might have a little bit more range than Aphelios when her rockets are enabled, but can she burst down in Aphelios? I don't know. It's something so execution based.
Well, also, let's look at some of what, how the Odders team abilities work. The Zillion bombs, they take time to throw. They provide an incredible AoE stun, but they are pretty telegraphed, so they're great defensively. Offensively, it's much harder to hit. The Glacial Fissure from Braum, again, it's much more of a defensive talk that takes time to come out, so it's much better when people are coming to you. And for the Soraka, she can drop down the Equinox, that big AoE silence. So they've got a ton of tools to stop plays from being made while also keeping that Aphelios alive as well. They don't have the ability to start fights nearly at all. They're completely waiting Not Asleep to go for them.
And again, my question then is, is this a win condition that has Oda drafted win conditions, or have they drafted not lose conditions? And yes, there is a difference, because if Not Asleep knows, well, for the long game, fine, we'll never be able to push, but we only need that one team fight. If this is going to be a 30-minute ARAM game, that's fine for us, because you're going to have difficulties engaging onto us. Although maybe we're giving Oda a little bit too much, putting the pressure a little bit too much onto them. You can also kind of engage with an Azilian. You do have a Viego who can go in and maybe find a Jinx or a Seraphine. So it's not impossible for them. It's not impossible for them, but it's definitely difficult.
Yeah, I mean, given that we're coming into game 3 of our best of 5 grand finals, Oda, of course, have to win, given that they've lost 2 games already. I do like what Oda's going for here. They're going for probably the most extreme example of this protect the carry that we've seen so far. Possibly to the point of maybe, giving themselves only the option of trying to play for much later on. Hopefully you're right and we get to see them pull out some plays of their own. But for Not Asleep, I think, it's going to be on them to try and make this a clean sweep grand finals. There are a lot of tools for Oda to try and stop that from happening. But Not Asleep so far have proven to be extremely competent at pulling off their own game plans.
It's very much true. And while we're waiting 2 minutes, I think in these 2 minutes we might have time. This is kind of a little wink to production. Since this might be the last game, do we have any who's that champions remaining? Because this might be the last time we're able to showcase that. If not, while production gets back on that one, I have one more fact for you guys.
Oh no!
I have one more quickly. So we talked about chewing gum. We talked about chewing gum. With McDonald's trying to have broccoli that tastes like chewing gum. While researching that, I found something else interesting. Chewing gum is 100% banned in Singapore. It is a banned substance. The reason for that is they hate it when they want to keep their public toilets and their public just their street corners clean of it, because they think it's very messy. Which is, I think most people can agree that seeing chewing gum on the street is not something you instantly say, oh, very hygienic.
I guess that's fair enough, honestly. It's one of those things that I've never really thought about as a possibility, but you're right. I don't think necessarily it's the kind of thing that people would get mad enough about to really go against, so maybe that'll end up being the case around the place. Gosh. Oh, thank you for the education. Hopefully, Oda won't end up being left on street corners once this game is set up.
Yeah, it's interesting because, by the way, very short, and then I'll turn it back. They had to make an exception in 2004 for therapeutic and dental gums, because dentists were not able to bring dental floss and such into the country because it was considered to be a gum, which it clearly isn't. Okay, so that's it. Means we have 14 seconds remaining into the. You guys in, man. These are important if you ever go quizzing.
No, you gotta know. Knowing is, of course, as we all know, half the battle. And what we do know, of course, is that this could be the last game of our grand finals. 400 euros to second place, 900 euros to first. If we don't see a reverse sweep here, that's a difference of 500 euros between the two. It's been sweeps all tournament long. We've got one last chance to make that not true. All right, so back into things. So Not Asleep, again, if you're just joining us, we are in our grand finals. Best of 5, Not Asleep with 2 wins so far, as Oda have mixed up their approach to the game. They are now trying to play for the late game, whereas Not Asleep has been doing that successfully up until this point, which means Not Asleep themselves have to try and get their win early on, or they have got nothing to work with at all. We'll of course be looking to see if early plays do manifest here from Not Asleep, because we've got the 3 defensive supports here, such as they were, though as noted, Baxter, there will be the Zillion presumably building more in the way of AP. So those bombs will hit very hard, but they are pretty tricky, as we see there, to land, because most of the time your opposition won't stay still long enough to be able to hit 2 at once. You need the combo crowd control to make that happen, and that is not something that Otter really have here. The Glacial Fissure is probably one of the very few ways they're going to be able to hold down the member of Not Asleep. It's a very extreme strategy that Otter are going for here, but you know, if you're 2 games down, if you see that the other team are playing the late game longer than you, all you can really do is try and find a way to deal with them on their own terms. So wave clear is good. There will be a little bit of damage onto the towers. We see already Braum is tanky. The Jinx will be able to get a couple of shots onto the tower, though she has to use her rockets to do so to stay at a close effective range, but it's Not Asleep for pushing in the tower as hard as they possibly can. Bombs going to be tossed out as Otter try and buy as much time as possible. We have got, of course, for Otter, their little ace in the hole there, the Viego, who's going to be able to creep up the side of the fight, but as we talked about before, Otter don't really have a way to start a fight themselves, so that Viego's going to have to wait for Not Asleep to make the play, and then try and turn it back upon them.
With the knockups here on the ore, you can clearly see Not Asleep does have some ability to engage or trying to find and trying to look for them. Now with the zillion bombs, it does add some form of extra wave clear into the camp of others, so they can very much stall. But yeah, for some reason it's doing a lot of damage because you have that Serafino healing up your team. It's very much so Not Asleep who needs to make sure that when they find it engage, they 100% commit. It's a risky play, it's a risky strategy, but it's something you need to, it's something that will in the long run be better for you. It will be preferable for your team. And also don't forget, Not Asleep, they've proven that mechanically they might be able to outplay Otter. They're 2-0 for a reason. They have not dropped a single game in this tournament. That's fascinating. That's not something you see a lot of times in any of these tournaments, because most of these seedings have been amazing. Oh, Moonlight's Vigil finding a 3-man route. That's engagement with Glacial Fissure. The Encore is only charming the Braum. And these ultimates have been burned, but have not really found the targets that needed to be found.
Yeah, I mean, I really like to see Not Asleep go for tower dives here, because again, they are the aggro team. They need to make plays happen. It's very risky at this point, because of how many defensive abilities Otter have, and their ability to punish tower dives by dropping down the defensive AoEs and causing Not Asleep to really stumble on the kills. The level 6s are here though. This is the time for Not Asleep to really get rolling if they are going to do it.
I'm also taking a look at the ultimates that are up and Blizzard of War being used. I think ultimate advantage at the moment is in favor of Otter, but will able to use it effectively. Look at those cooldown timers. Not Asleep is slowly but surely getting those ultimates back, and Otter can actually not afford to, to give them that wiggle room.
Yeah, I mean, soon enough they're going to have the ultimates and be able to set up for the plays once again. That tower is down to just above half health, and Not Asleep, they're not getting as much time hitting the tower as they would like to, because this is going exactly the way Otter wanted it to. We're 5 minutes in with 0 kills. Otter have successfully neutralized the game for now.
But they do keep getting pushed in, and this turret, it's taking slowly but surely a couple of auto attacks every time. In every wave, we can see that it is Not Asleep once again getting this turret a little bit lower. So I think Not Asleep is very happy to be in this kind of status quo, to be in this equilibrium where they know, well, it's not really an equilibrium, is it? Because we do damage to your turrets and you don't do it to ours.
Well, one of the reasons Not Asleep aren't making as much progress as they would like here is because the Jinx isn't getting killed, so she's not going back to base and she can't buy any extra items to amp up her ability to knock down the towers. For Otter, I mean, they inevitably, while they try and play out as much of the game as possible, they will lose ground. That's inevitable. But right now, they're losing as little as they could possibly be, but maybe that's about to change!
Another team fight, Glacial Fissure being used. There's the intervention being used on the Aphelios, but he's still alive afterwards, meaning he did not proc. Beautiful rocket there, meaning the Jinx is actually still alive, meaning Not Asleep can keep on pushing here. 3v4 right now, and one more carry available for Oda, but Not Asleep, they have that health relic regeneration, so they can keep on going, and they might be able to take down this turret.
This was so important for Not Asleep. They have been denied all the way up until this point, but finally getting a hold of Canna, that Aphelios, and yeah, waiting out the entirety of the Zilean ultimate means that they can make some serious progress in. They can even recall and spend some of that gold themselves. At this point, I think they wouldn't be totally fine to have Jinx be killed here, and you can see she's going deep into territory, trying to make sure that does happen.
Yeah, she does get up one more kill on the back of it, which is amazing for them. Oh, excuse me. Yes, she does. It's Azir gets 2 kills right now because of the turret, meaning you immediately force Oda back into a reset. And because Not Asleep has gained ground, you can see Not Asleep is in it for the long haul. Yes, we keep repeating that, but they also have control over an extra health relic, meaning they can afford to be in for the long haul.
Yeah, well, they've done what they needed to for the time being. Yeah, while this does narrow the window of opportunity for Not Asleep to remain relevant in this game, they've also accelerated the point at which they are strong enough to really smash towers down. So kills in for the carries of Not Asleep. They have the advantage still in teamfights. They need to get this next tower down quickly. This is another game we really need for Not Asleep, if they're going to 3-0 here, to be finishing off the game before 15 minutes.
The timer is on them, and the timer will keep on ticking down. No ifs, ands, or buts about it, but Not Asleep still has control over most of this map, and they keep on pushing. Now remember, one of those Glacial Fissures might actually change it around. See how much they're melting. Ornn, Young Core is no longer available, was used, and Not Asleep has just burned has almost burned all of their ultimates.
Yeah, well, for Oda, they've committed a lot of resources as well. You notice that there aren't the kills going through, but nice double bomb!
Here comes the call of the Forge to stop it, though. Azir no longer being alive. Viego gets the resets in, Ornn dying as well, and Not Asleep on the defensive here. Only the Jinx remaining. She has a bomb onto her, but she does have some availability. There's the exhaust! No damage being taken. She's hitting onto the Braum, but the Braum is not hitting back. Is hitting carry. The Aphelios is hitting back, and that's an ace alongside of Oda. But can they push?
This is a disaster for Not Asleep here, because that Aphelios has just lowered the timer again for Oda to get back into a comfortable position in this game. Canna, I think at this point, might even be able to help Oda trade back towers here and really put Not Asleep behind.
But they are pushing fairly slowly into this turret. Not Asleep needs to make sure that they don't lose too much ground. Also, I don't think Oda has the position to be in so aggressively posturing. This might have been a reset, but you're losing so much. That timers are higher, 21 seconds. You're giving away so many kills to Jinx. So Not Asleep, they push in, and they will push hard.
Yeah, this is pretty risky. Oda, they managed to push the wave out as far as they could to try and chew through the time that Not Asleep have with the tower. The bombs do a good job of providing wave clear, forcing Not Asleep to face tank the tower to get anything done.
Not Asleep know that the rest of the enemy team has respawned, but can they do something with it? They have ultimates available. They don't have the Emperor's Divide. I don't actually think they need the Emperor's Divide. So it means that Oda needs to stay on their toes. They know one of these times they will get an Call of the Forge God or an Emperor's Divide. Because the Glacial Fissure does connect with the Azir. Here's the Encore, finds one member, but nothing more to be said. Call of the Forge God now available. Does find the knockup, Flash being forced as well. Azir's turret is being put down. Oh, beautiful! He found the Zilean, meaning no revive available, and Not Asleep does have a window here.
The Gragas has been the MVP for Not Asleep so far. It's the one form of disruption that Oda can't do anything about. Normally, the Unbreakable Shield of the Braum will stop so much of what Not Asleep are trying to do, but that cast has put the Aphelios into trouble, and here we go again!
3-man knock-up, a good tanking here from the front line, Not Asleep, free hitting on the turret, and now they swap it to free hitting onto the enemy champions. Luckily the wish was there to keep them alive for a little bit longer, but for how long? When if Now, this time, Vizier with the Sand Soldier is also dishing out and making sure that Aphelios is not in the position he needs to be. One more kill going over towards the Jinx. Aphelios taking so much damage, getting resurrected, but he is still stuck there with 5 members from Not Asleep focusing in him. There's the inhibitor being opened. There's the inhibitor being taken down by Not Asleep.
Not Asleep have maintained absolute focus on their win condition, which is ending this game early. Oda put everything into trying to make sure that didn't happen, but these fights have turned against Oda. They're down to just 2 Nexus towers now, Not Asleep. They've got to try and get at least one of them. The nice triple knockup.
Yeah, I think you have the 3-man route, but it's not enough when this Jinx is doing so much damage. She's getting the rocket hits in. There comes the cast. It's on the Aphelios. Luckily, he had the AoE ability, but here comes Call of the Forge God. Jinx is being exhausted down. But Call of the Forge God buys her so much time. Or with the snowball, does not buy enough time. All the Aphelios goes down. It's Viego up against the Gragas, and Oda wants to be kept alive desperately. It's the Gragas also going for the reset, knowing he can. And now you have to make the decision with the Viego. Do you also let him reset?
Oh my gosh. This is the turning point. We're coming up to 15 minutes. Oda, they've accrued enough kills now for the Aphelios. They should be pretty much fully online. Not Asleep. They have to win now. They've got the super minions. They've got the inhibitor down. They've maintained total focus on their win condition of ending the game. But they're actually going to be able to take this next fight with the Aphelios resetting. They've got a window of opportunity here to maybe end.
This is a very risky reset that you're doing. 30 seconds on the respawn for the Viego. 20 right now, and it is mostly pushing in. They have a lot of gold extra. They're 2k gold difference in their advantage, and they can keep on pushing.
The minions were a long way away, so the death timer is almost out. Admire it. That Viego, who's been doing fantastic work so far, is respawning back in. And no, Not Asleep have not managed to get onto the towers. Now they have to face the full fury of Oda.
But yeah, they have to face the fury, but can Not Asleep find yet again one of those massive engages? Oh, good shuffle there by the Azir. There, the health relic will keep them alive a little bit longer. Felius might try and go in. Moonlight Vigil, that's
Resets!
1 kill for Admire. There's the reset that came in handy. And there's a Viego! Goes in with that ultimate, does so much. And this is such dangerous territory for Not Asleep. They need to keep their Jinx alive, but she's being jumped on by Viego. That's a triple kill. And Not Asleep is very much on the defensive. Is this a turnaround from last game?
We'll hopefully find out in a second there, because, yeah, admire it. Now, in the guise of the Jinx, is so incredibly strong there. Oh my gosh. And I think that's the thing for Not Asleep. They've tried their best, but now they've gotten thrown back in full disorder. When it comes to a straight-up team fight, Oda are now strong enough to overwhelm the Not Asleep squad. Oh no!
Oh no, that's not amazing. We will keep you up to date on exactly how this technical issue will happen, but I think it means, from what we know so far, there isn't. You know what? No, we're not going to make any assumptions of the end of that game. We're just going to wait until we get a clarification from the admins to see which of the teams has won. But let's go a little bit further in. That Jinx is really doing the work. We can now see it with Viego and Aphelios. When they pick up steam, they don't let go.
Well, this was a concern from the very beginning of the draft. You know, Jinx ultimately ends up being a liability because you cannot keep her alive. She's in a very different situation than the Aphelios is. There's nothing apart from aggression that's stopping her from being aggressed onto herself. Honestly, I'm amazed at how well this Viego is being played in an environment which doesn't seem like it's that well set up to allow for the Viego to go off and go huge. Given enough time, though, and given a good enough play, apparently it's still possible.
And the game has also... Excuse me, the game has also been resumed right now, and we're still in very much the same position as we were before.
Yeah, but this time Oda are the ones being pushed back into their own base. I'm trying to figure out if we have maybe rewound in time. Okay, no, I'll confirm this is live, so apparently not asleep. They held on. The inhibitor has been opened, but they did not lose the inhibitor itself.
Well, Not Asleep trying to push in once again. You can see that they are looking for maybe an Emperor's Divide angle, but it's also Not Asleep who have that Seraphine who can keep them healthy and poke at the same time. Something the enemy support, or the Soraka should rather say, does not have the luxury of doing so.
Well, at this point, you can see they're not asleep. They've been trying to push into the base, but they're not getting anywhere. At this point, not asleep, they're actually going to have to wait for Oda to make a mistake of their own, or indeed have that Soraka run out of juice from her healing costing her her own health, because the waves are getting cleared instantly. Not asleep are not getting any time with the towers, but there's the pick!
There's the pick, and now it's a 4v5, 30 seconds. This is Not Asleep knowing instead of ultimates to engage. Call the Forge God is available. Super minions are in the base. There's the Wish being used as well, and Not Asleep surely must go for an engage here. Look how low the Braum is going. Look how much damage is being put down. There's a Call the Forge God. Viego looking for an angle to engage, jumping onto the Azir and not getting the reset in just yet. It's the Jinx being able to hit. Now it's the Viego is still alive and managing to pick up the Azir, meaning he's not as tanky as he's used to being. But it's just Not Asleep going and forcing into their base, forcing this Nexus down, and Viego's still alive, still has ultimates available, still can jump onto people. He takes one. Can he get the Jinx? The question is yes! No! And he keeps this, decimates the enemy team, but Oda has paid dearly. They have paid with all of their Nexus turrets.
Oh my gosh, the Jinx does more for Oda than it does for Not Asleep. That could not have been closer, but admire it, definitely getting the MVP nod this time round. This Viego has been off the charts insane good.
Yeah, but can he reset here? I think he needs to go for a kill if he wants to go for the reset. Decides to just cash in that gold. Very clear decision making.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You're so laden with gold at this point. And we've still got a game where there's barely any difference in overall gold between the two teams. The advantage still lies with Not Asleep, though. They've still got an inhibitor. They've still got Nexus towers to fall back to. So Oda are going to have to win once, maybe twice, if they want to claim their first victory in the finals and stay alive in the finals indeed.
Oh, you can see Not Asleep, they want to bait out the Zillion Ultimate like they did just now with a Chrono Shift. Somebody else, and especially the Viego, or maybe the Philios at this point, will be kept alive. Now, open Nexus. Glacial Fissure only fights the Braum, so only finds the Gragas. And Not Asleep will have to back off for now.
Not Asleep have done such a fantastic job of baiting out the Oda ultimates. There's no Chrono Shift, there's no Glacial Fissure. The defenses of Oda are almost down, so they're going to go aggressive.
No Moonlight Vigil, no Wish. A lot is being used. The Ephelios stepping back forward, but look how much damage is being used onto him. Chrono Shift being used onto Ephelios. Jinx knows she just has to kill this one. That's a double kill. Those are 3 members down from Oda, 2 members down from Oda, but it's going to be 3 very, very soon because Not Asleep is pushing, and Not Asleep has just won the fight. Not Asleep has just won the Trovo Titan final, and Not Asleep is your winner and goes home with 900 euros in cash.
What an incredible performance, and what a series. We didn't get what we wanted with it going to 5 games, but we got 3 incredible games here on the Howling Abyss, and honestly, just a fantastic way to end the finals.
Remember, Not Asleep throughout this tournament, throughout these 2 days, throughout round of 16, quarterfinals, semifinals, finals, has not dropped a single game. They are very much the deserved winners here. They are very much the team that has said, we are going strong and we keep on going. It's fantastic if you look back at the run and the way they did it.
Yeah, I mean, all the way through, just having a look at, looking through and seeing it, starting off with Team Boombastic, then Intimidate Bots, then at Trovo Team, of course, and now Odja. It's an impressive thing to call yourself champion. It's an even more impressive thing to call yourself undefeated champion, to say you were definitively better than every other team that came.
Yeah, it's literally, I can't be beaten, or we can't be beaten rather. So yeah, let's take a look at the bracket, how exactly their particular journey went throughout this tournament. Because as you said, they Not Asleep has won from Trovo Tim, and they went from a Gig ARAM, but also Not Asleep. They went in the final being undefeated.
Yeah, I mean, it was the immovable force, the unstoppable object against each other, but ultimately only one could win. And as you see there, take home the 900 euros. Oh my gosh, this has been a hell of a 2-day-long competition. And I think these teams have given us absolutely everything that they have.
And let's take a look what Trovo is going to give the teams who have given everything they can. This is how the 2,500 cash prize pool is divided. Obviously, Not Asleep as our winner gets the lion's share with the 900 euro in cash and 90 Titan points. But then moving down the ladder, it is Oda as the second, as the runner-up. It is 400 euros going down Trovo Tim and Johnny Bartley, 200 each, and then 5th to 8th. I'm not going to say all of the names, but they get 100, and then the rest of the teams for participating get 50 euros and obviously 5 Titan points as well.
Very much appreciating Trovo for supporting all the teams that came here today, because there's not many teams, or well, not many tournaments rather, where you would get paid out all the way down to 16th. But yeah, these teams all fantastic. Of course, with so many of these lobbies being so very, decisive as they were 3-0, there's still a lot more to find out between these teams, as maybe there was another hyper-competitive team that got knocked out earlier on, and we wouldn't know it because everything was 3-0.
Everything was 3-0. Maybe there was another thing we could do. Maybe there was another team that was really just got knocked out early on. That's how these tournaments go. But we are going to leave you shortly. But before we go, we have something special lined up. We have one more time, for the final time. We have a Who's That Champion? And let's see who it is this time, Counterfeit.
I hope it's Gragas!
Who's That Champion?
I'm not sure.
This doesn't look very Gragas-like.
Okay, this definitely does not look very... Is that fire?
I think it's fire. It's someone holding fire, moving fire around them, and they've got some sort of implement behind their back. A spade? I'm trying to think of who's got both those things.
I was going to say Annie,
no.
But the fact that they have that thing behind them, I don't think it's Annie. I think it's in Gordon somewhere.
I'm thinking maybe Vladimir?
It's Tarek!
Let me make myself crystal clear.
Honestly, wasn't expecting Tarek at all.
Oh gosh, it's a shame. Yeah, that was actually one of the picks I was kind of hoping we might see sneak in today. But hey, of course we've got the Apex Legends and the Clash Royale coming up for Trovo Titans later on, so do keep your eyes out for those. But I mean, we've had a hell of a run over the last 2 days. It's been an absolute pleasure to share the desk with you, Exodus.
Yeah, it does mean that we are ending the show right now. For everybody who sticked with us till the end, thank you for watching. If you want to check out Trovo, if you want to check out the platform, there are loads of links you can go to. And remember, Trovo Titans will possibly be back. But that's the end of the show. Counterfeit, it has been a pleasure casting you. From everybody here from the production team and the casters, thank you very much for joining us. Have a good one and stay safe.